Welcome, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to call to order the regular March 10th meeting of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, if you could take roll, please.
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here, and I just wanted to say that I will be leaving at 9:15 for a couple hours to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Northern Mendocino College District in Willits for the expansion of their programs for fire academy, EMT, and also construction trades.
Thank you.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Okay, please stand and join us for the pledge. Okay, we will now open the meeting up to public expression. Anybody in the room like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda? Please come to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Marty Klein, 3rd District. I'm a small farmer in a small business in Mendocino County. I live in Willits and farm in Covelo. My wife and I sent this letter out for the GGC meeting. That didn't happen in February, so we're following up now. And we're just asking that a board refer something to the GGC for their next meeting. Before I get started, I'd like to thank the board for previous relief in this area related to the issue. So first is we need tax relief. Only charge farmers for actual sales on excise tax. The true-up has been hurting those farms that have chosen to scale down rather than scale up. It shouldn't be punitive to small farmers who want to stay small and run a small business. Other municipalities, Humboldt and Trinity specifically, have either eliminated or lowered their excise tax on cultivation. I think that would really help here. Most farmers I talked to have actually scaled down rather than scaled up. Others from 10,000 to 5,000, 5,000 square foot to 2,500 square foot. People that have had 2 5,000s have gotten rid of one. Please also consider maybe even lowering the excise tax for 27 and 28 from 2.5 to 1.5, or even eliminating it, focusing on the retail aspect side of things. That's it. Thank you. If you could just refer to the GGC, that would allow us to move forward and get prepared for January 1st, 2027.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
I know this isn't an item on the agenda, but I'm comfortable referring it somewhere other than here.
Okay, so do we need a majority to do that? Or can that just be just a simple request?
Yes, if the board wants to make a direction, they can make a direction, that's fine. Just a request, yes.
Even if it's not on the agenda?
I think that's permissible, yes, because something will come back later, so you can ask to bring it back.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, in that vein, I would support Supervisor Williams in referring this to the GGC for further exploration.
I would as well.
That appears to be a majority, that's all you need.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to speak on anything not on today's agenda? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any, received has been sent to your email.
Thank you. Okay, any items on the consent that a board member would like to pull for discussion?
Chair, I'd like to pull items 16 and 17.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment on the consent calendar? Anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay. So we'll look for a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Supervisor Williams?
Move approval of the consent calendar except 16 and 17.
Second.
Okay, first by Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Klein. We'll vote by the button. Okay, so we will now take item C16.
The motion carries unanimously.
Apologies. C16, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I know there's public concern about these items. There's certainly people who are not content with the way the Albion Bridge project has been going, and I think it's appropriate to give them 3 minutes on both of these items. I would also like to ask staff, and I have talked to the director already, to explain what the county's authority is in these items. After I talked to her, I came to recognize that it's very minimal, and separating it from the other permitting tasks the state will be doing may worsen the overall outcome. But I've heard public concern that these meetings may not be held locally, and I think we could amend the item to request that Coastal Commission hold the discussion, the public hearing for these items in our county. Director?
Good morning, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So the items that C16, and I'll speak to C16 first, but it's also, the discussion I provide is also applicable to C17 because they are a similar process. But for C16, which is for the consolidated CDP request for geotechnical borings associated with the Albion River Bridge, this project has split jurisdiction between the county and the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Act authorizes that the county can delegate our coastal permitting authority to the state, essentially consolidating the processing of the coastal development permit to just the state agency. And I think generally we've seen that that's been an appropriate pathway to take because it allows for the commission to evaluate the whole of the project and be able to ensure that the conditions of approval and the review that's conducted is a holistic analysis. If you have it split between the county and the Coastal Commission, whereby the county processes a permit for essentially the borings that would be within our jurisdiction, and then the commission processing it for within their jurisdiction, it still requires a significant amount of coordination between the county and Coastal Commission staff to ensure that we're not creating conditions of approval that would be in conflict with one another for how the applicant intends to implement the project. So typically our office recommends consolidation for those reasons. And then I will note to what Supervisor Williams was mentioning is that what could be done by the board is have that a letter be sent as we transmit any adopted resolution by the board, if that's what you so choose to do today. That would request that the commission hold any hearing on these applications at a North Coast District meeting specifically within the County of Mendocino. And that's not outside the norm. The commission did hold one of their regular meetings last year in Fort Bragg. So that is certainly a possibility, and I know that the North Coast District staff often endeavor to ensure that North Coast District related items are heard at the North Coast District meeting. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the board may have.
I'm not seeing any from the board. Thank you very much. Supervisor Williams, did you add any more to add?
Yeah, one last comment. It's foreseeable on this item that there be a challenge of sorts, and I would rather any complaints be against the state than the county because frankly we're broke, and community versus county means money that could be used for water security or roads would be repurposed for potential litigation. So that's part of my thinking here. Besides the reasons the director gave, I don't want the county to be the target of any claims.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Anybody in the room? No? Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay, we'll bring C6.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have one online. Anna Marie Weibel.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being willing to discuss this issue just very, very briefly. Pull it from the consent calendar. You have all received the letter from the Albion Bridge stewards. It's a 2-page letter, and it makes it clear why this should not be a consolidated application and shouldn't be happening at this time under the consent calendar, but as a regular business item with full opportunity for public comment. I'm a member of the Albion Bridge Stewards who wrote that letter. We're a nonprofit corporation. We're advocating for maintenance and preservation of the bridge. And the bridge is a state and federal historical landmark and the last timber trestle bridge remaining on California State Route 1. We listed about 12 points why this should not happen. The Coastal Commission had a hearing in February on the 4th and talked about the Albion Bridge. There was no mention of geotechnical investigation. In the EIR and EIS, there is a mention that down the road there could be a geotechnical investigation, but what's happening, this is piecemealing, and this is not allowed under the Coastal Act. And the Coastal Act makes sure in section 30601.3 that public participation cannot be significantly impaired. By putting it on the consent calendar, it's impaired, and even by removing it from the consent calendar, it's impaired. There is currently a lawsuit in process, and as Mr. Williams mentioned, that could be kind of complicated, and we all agree that the county needs more money for roads and water and whatnot. This is not the right move to pursue this. And I can't have time to go into the details, but the supervisors read about it, and I hope Ms. Kroc read about that too, and the planner who's been working on this. So please deny this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay, back to the board for any discussion and or action. Entertain a motion to approve. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, I would move the recommended action amended to include the letter the director referenced, requesting that the Coastal Commission hold all hearings related to this item in the North District in our county.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, first by Supervisor Williams amended, and then seconded by Supervisor Hasjack. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is C17. Supervisor Williams.
The same action on this item. I would move that we approve it, the recommended action, amending that we send a letter to Coastal Commission requesting that any hearings be held in the Northern District in our county.
Okay.
Second.
We will go to the public. Anybody in the room like to speak on this item? Madam Clerk?
Seeing one online, Anna Marie Warbell.
Thank you. Since they both are dealing with the Albion River Bridge, I wanted to point out that there was also insufficient information in terms of C17 until I brought it to the attention of the clerk of the board. There was a corrupted file which I received yesterday at 4 o'clock, and I'm assuming nobody else got to see the real attachments final, nor the supervisors. And I very much feel that both these items should not be approved at this current time the way you wanted to approve. Since you approved the first one, 16, I'm assuming that you're going to approve number 17. And this is just not the way to do business by not allowing the public enough time and information, by first putting it on the consent calendar and then just approving it with a minor adjustment. It's not the issue that the meetings are held locally. That's important, and I thank you for that. But this is really not in sync, the county and the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission sent letters saying that these issues may qualify for a consolidated permit. It doesn't mean it has to happen. So it would reduce local oversight, the consolidation, and would have sweeping consequences for Albion. And surrendering local permit review is not a minor procedural adjustment for a project of this magnitude. We have a historic landmark that is threatened, and other supervisors have been able to stand up for their people. So I'm encouraging you to stand up for your people and for the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
We have one more caller, Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Anne Marie has said, and also express my support for the sentiments of Supervisor Williams that the Coastal Commission should hold hearings locally in regard to the Albion River Bridge issue and Caltrans. This is an issue that has captured a lot of public attention in that area. The local residents have very deep and ongoing concerns about both the transportation issues on the bridge, but also its historic value, and it deserves the kind of hands-on treatment that Anne Marie has recommended to the board, and I just want to second her sentiments as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay, we'll bring C17 back to the board. Entertain a motion for approval of C17. There was? Yes, I'm sorry. Supervisor Williams was the first amended and seconded by Supervisor Haschak.
We should note for the record that
He's not here.
Supervisor Haschak has now left.
Yeah, so is he still fine as the second on that?
It's a little awkward. I would suggest we have another second.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. So first and amended by Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Klein. All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, brings us to agenda item R1 on the regular calendar, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, register of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various department heads or designees. Yes, please.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair, and members of the board. I just wanted to do a couple quick updates. Last week was actually Weights and Measures Week. We weren't meeting, so I appreciate. I just wanted to bring that up. Also note that we have a new seal format going on this year. It's celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country, so it's a little something extra there. In March, we recognized National Weights and Measures Week, which is celebrated commemorating the signing by John Quincy Adams in 1799, an action that laid the foundation for fair commerce in the United States. This year, the theme is we measure what matters. It's really trying to get outreach and knowledge, and I appreciate Supervisor Williams offered to put some of this out on the streaming. It's really important. The community takes for granted what we do, but we're involved in so many transactions. It's just, to increase awareness. We're protecting from the gas stations to the packaging to all sorts of things that deliver. And as costs go up, what we do is even more important as we protect the citizens. So it's a very active program here in Mendocino County, and we just really I want to acknowledge and appreciate the support of the board. And then just the other brief update, I left a fact sheet in your boxes. And I have a presentation that's available if we wanted to go further on this, but I wanted to make the board aware that recent legislation passed, Assembly Bill 1732, which addresses neglected and abandoned crops. The focus here seems to be concerned about some of the vineyards. As we know, the wine industry is struggling, and there's been a lot of outreach from the Wine Growers Association and some other individuals, the Farm Bureau, that the county become involved in helping motivate these various vineyards to address some neglection issues that can, because neglected or abandoned crops such as the vineyards or the cannabis or the orchards can harbor pests. I'm sorry, this morning I'm just not flowing here. Can harbor pest diseases. They also fire hazards and contribute to illegal dumping and community blight. I'm looking for some guidance from the board just to put this on your radar. There's a lot of steps that would be involved for us to do this. We already have abatement authority. I've listed that on the fact sheet, but this gives us the ability to take a few more steps, including level civil penalties, which would help with cost recovery. But again, the goal would not be to punish vineyard owners, or it's really to protect the neighbors and make sure, we don't get an outbreak of fungus or things that can spread and really damage the industry. So again, I left a fact sheet. There's a presentation I have ready if we'd like to pursue that at another time. But really, there's some of the next steps would be getting your guidance, reaching out and working with county council for legal alignment. I'd like to draft an abatement procedure, both inner and external with the department, so that we have a real level playing field. Like, this is the minimum you need to do to keep your vineyards or your crop, your property in compliance and be a good neighbor. this could actually reach out with also coordination across county council and code enforcement. But anyway, I wanted to make the board aware. I left a fact sheet for you in your boxes. I have a presentation that if the board's interested later, but that's really just where I wanted to leave you with today. And I left you one of our new seals.
We have a couple questions for you. Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward. Just for clarity, are you planning to bring an item forward for board direction, or are you asking if the board's interested in just an informational presentation? What is needed to move
I
forward?
think an informational presentation would be the first part, and then let me know what the board's thinking, because my concern is this will take time and staff that I don't, and it's what we would call a unmandated, unfunded at this point, even though there is ability for cost recovery, not just, you know, no one wants to level up, lean a property and then collect later. But, you know, we have a new compliance tool. Really started in the Central Valley. They're having a lot of abandoned orchards of almonds. So, and there was pest pressure. So I kind of like to bring an informational item, for the board to tell me how much of my precious staff time we need to, but again, there's a real call out from the community. So I wanted to acknowledge that, make you aware of it, and get some guidance. Because again, this is not really funded or mandated, but there does seem to be a need. And if especially if the wine market doesn't really pick up, this might become more and more of an issue.
Yeah, that's my concern, that it is becoming more prevalent. I've heard from neighbors who are having issues with abandoned vineyards and properties. So I'm looking forward to you bringing that presentation forward.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I wanted to know the board's interest. Thank you.
Oh, we have one more. Supervisor Williams?
I'm also interested.
Okay. And like I said, I'll work on that. I pretty much have a presentation ready. We'll find the proper time and go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Good morning, everyone. Katrina Bartlett, Assessor, County Clerk Recorder. I've just got a little brief update for you guys because we're in the middle of elections and we're kind of swamped over there. So we will be submitting an agenda summary to hold a special election for Ukiah Unified School District Trustee Area 6, which is a small district that is like from where the old Ford dealership was, kind of south. Kind of a little wispy thing there. So we're planning to have this special election on August 25th to elect a governing board member for them. Candidates, we have a candidate for each of our local positions. We have a lot of candidate statements that are going into our sample ballot, our local sample ballot for Congressional District 1, Congressional District 2, the state senator, Mike McGuire's old position. We've got a couple candidates there, and for the assembly member, Chris Rogers. So they're all putting candidate statements in, so that is a nice thing to add to our sample ballot. We've got several, the ones that don't have one candidate are supervisors, of course. We've got 3rd District Supervisor that's still open until tomorrow because Mr. Haschak is not running. We've got 4 candidates so far. We had another one come in yesterday asking questions. So whether or not that will materialize, I don't know yet. We've got 3 candidates for supervisor in the 5th District. We've got our judges. We've got a contested race in one of our Superior Court, the Department 3. Department 2 is the newer judge that's in our county. And then we will also have a school board measure, actually Mendel Lake Community College measure. Measure A will be on our ballot. So with that, I've got some more stuff to come up with the strategic hiring, which is the next on the agenda. But I wanted to give you that update. I've been really just focusing on elections for the past month. So we should have everything typed up, ready to go to the vendor fairly soon, within the next week, we hope. And actually, we have to wait on the state for the certified list. So as soon as we get that, and finish our ballot, then that'll go to the printer. Any questions?
Supervisor Klein?
Yes, thank you. Quick question. For the certified list that comes from the state, does that include all candidates that have filed in other counties? Like a
this-
more comprehensive list?
Yes, for the statewide races, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that posted on our website as well, or is that only housed on the state's website?
It's only on the state website.
And where can folks find that?
sos.ca.gov.
Okay.
And then, of the state candidates, we don't have any local people that are running. It's Sonoma, Yuba for Congressional District 1. I think there's one from Tehama. And that, I only know the ones that are putting candidate statements in our sample ballot.
Thank you.
You know roughly when the sample ballots will go out? Would that be May or?
They go
Late
out
April?
60 days before election. So the ballots are supposed to go out, I think, May 4th. So it'll go out mid-April, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing anybody else come forward, Madam Clerk?
Seeing no presenters online.
Supervisor Williams?
Is this the item where we might hear an update on the action plans?
If I may, through the chair, CEO Antle. So the action plans were actually submitted by auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and assessor, clerk, recorder to the state. We have reached out to the state for those plans. They are in review by the state at this time, and then they will be made public shortly.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Sorry. Clarifying question. Was that all of the action plans, or are we missing any?
The other action plan, if I may, through the chair, the other action plan is the one that the executive office submitted to you. Those were the 3 that were required. If the DA or SO submitted something, we would be able to see that too when the others are available, but they were not required.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to public comment on R1.
Sherry Johnson, Director of Human Resources. I'm not talking on public comment, but I do believe Director Campbell from Animal Care is online and like to speak also. Thank you.
Good morning, Amy Campbell, Shelter Director, Animal Care Services. I just wanted to give an update on our first Animal Balance Clinic that we just wrapped up. We just had it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it was a huge success. We altered over 200. I think our final number was 204 dogs and cats over these past 3 days. And it was our first clinic. We have 2 more scheduled, but this one just went really well. The staff, volunteers, we had help from the Humane Society, help with from the SPCA over in Lake County, and just all the volunteers, community members providing supplies that we needed for this event. And so it just went really well, and we're really looking forward to our next 2 clinics in May and at the end of July, and hopefully more after that. So I just wanted to give that update that it was just an amazing 3 days.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, no one else?
Seeing no hands raised online.
Supervisor Klein?
Just wanted to make a quick comment to our Director of Animal Care Services. Thank you for sharing about how the weekend event went. I heard a lot of positive feedback from the community and looking forward to see how the other weekends roll out.
Okay. Again, we'll go to the public for comment on R1. Nobody in the room, Madam Clerk?
Seeing no hands raised online.
Okay. Supervisor Klein? No? All right. We'll entertain a motion to accept the informational reports. Supervisor Williams?
I don't know that we need one, but I'll move acceptance.
I did have that conversation with council And it's not necessarily, it seems to have been practice, so I think that we'll just continue it that way since we're having public comment.
Continue it which way?
With taking a formal vote.
All right, move approval.
Second.
Okay, first by Supervisor Williams, seconded by Klein. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. R2, discussion and possible action, including approval or denial of requests from department heads and elected officials regarding budget impacts, funding and recruitment of vacant or new positions following the strategic hiring process. Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Board. Sherry Johnson, Director of Human Resources. So this morning we have 5 departments that will be speaking and requesting to hire. So I'll just list who they are and I'll let them come up and speak as. So we have the public defender, the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, the executive office, the assessor, clerk, recorder, and the district attorney. So I will just let them come up and speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Morning.
I'm Mick Hill with the Public Defender's Office. I'm requesting 2 positions to be allocated to my office if I could. As I laid out in the memo to the board, this board authorized me hiring 2 people in December. I have interviewed a bunch of people. We've extended 1 job offer. That person is going to start in the beginning of April. Unfortunately, since that time, I have lost 2 additional attorneys. So my office is still understaffed by approximately 5 attorneys at the moment, and we're trying to fill those spaces. So we're under budget as a result, so I am requesting that we be allowed to hire 2 additional attorneys to fill those gaps.
Okay, any questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
That was pleasant and easy. Thank you.
Good morning again, Katrina Bartlett, assessor. I can't even remember today. So anyway, we've got a couple things. We've got 1 additional position that that we found out about last week, and the executive office said to go ahead and include it with this, and then we'll upload everything. So right now, what we're asking for is every year for elections, we hire between 6 to 8 extra help employees, and they're the ones that help us check the signatures and open the ballots and sort them, and they're the ones that you see at the tables in the hallway and everything else. So right now, I think we have 5 people, but we always do a request to fill for 6 to 8 because 8 is usually our maximum, and then that way, if we have anybody that can't make it, we can go ahead and bring them on as extra help. So they work up to 2 months every election cycle. So it's not a full-time, 80 hours. Well, it is 80 hours a week from about 2 weeks before the ballots go out to a month after, so we can finish up all of our certification and everything else. So these are all budgeted positions, and we just need approval to go ahead so we can do our own recruiting, because we do need about 3 extra people for this election. Our second request is for the assessor, clerk, recorder, technician. That's our document recorder. So, and that starts the whole process with any change in ownership or anyone who's putting their properties into a trust, things like that. So we hired a lady that we were very hopeful would work out, and after a few weeks, we knew she wasn't going to. So we called the people, we failed her probation, and we called the other people on the list and didn't get any phone calls back. So this is to re-recruit for that one. So And that's budgeted with the 6% taken into effect. Our third position, we just received a letter of resignation from one of our real property appraisers, and he is in charge of, he is a whiz at spreadsheets, and really helped us do a lot of work within our property system that the vendor couldn't supply, because he could analyze things, and so we're really going to miss him. But he's in the Hopland and Boonville areas and does a lot of Williamson Act, large acreage, trees and vines, and whatever residential properties are there as well. So those are the positions that we need, and we would greatly appreciate if you would approve it.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Supervisor Klein.
Oh.
Yeah, apologies. Ms. Bartlett, can you share if you are on track to meet your budget with your 6% attrition?
We
Just
are
with
on
those,
track.
with those additional positions?
Yes, they're all budgeted. They were all budgeted as full-time help to begin with. So yes, we are on track.
Thank
We're
you.
actually a little below on track. So
I just want to confirm, since there was a small change in your request, so thank you for that.
you're welcome.
Good morning, Board, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. I have a request to fill an Account Specialist Supervisor position in the Auditor's Office. This position was filled and was budgeted. It does supervise all of the accounts payable staff who process all of the electronic deposits for the county, as well as review all outgoing accounts payable payments for the entire county, as well as performing many other key functions. So I'm really hoping that we can approve this request to fill. This person did promote to another department. The auditor's office has been fully staffed. We have always reported we did not believe we would be able to meet attrition on the auditor's office budget unit because we were fully staffed. The second request is for the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. The Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector has given notice and has been enticed to go to court collections to the Superior Court for a very promising and attractive employment offer with that agency. Unfortunately, she has 24 years experience in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office and has been very critical to the Aumentum conversion for both cannabis and for property tax. So her loss is going to be significant and very difficult to fill. She has graciously given us until, or they also, the courts, willing to let her stay through May 23rd, but we need to get somebody in that position as quickly as possible so that we can transition as much information as possible. She will also be working with IT to use Scribe to document and create as many processes and procedures as she can, but unfortunately, many of them only take place once a year. So they have also agreed to allow her to assist after she is transitioned over there, because she does work, they do work with us on court collections, because we do still have collections that we are performing for the courts. We are not taking new collections, but we do have collections from the last several years that we are still working on with them. So there is a relationship already built between the two departments, so they are definitely willing to have her assist. The other position is the Investment Operations Analyst position, and I have intentionally tried to keep that position vacant since it was vacated in June, but that has placed additional workload on myself, on the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector, additional staff in the Auditor's Office, and additional staff in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office position. But that is becoming more and more difficult for the rest of us to support, and so I would like the opportunity to try to fill that position as well. So that we can hopefully experience as minimum impact as possible to having this transition take place right now. We did experience some attrition savings from having that position open for most of the entire fiscal year, and that is also what's allowed us to meet attrition in Treasurer Tax Collector, but that is also partially what is assisting with filling the two other positions I asked for, as well as the Investment Operations Analyst position. I don't know if you have additional questions.
Supervisor Klein?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cubison. Can you share for the board and the public where you're coming in at budget for both the auditor's office and the treasurer tax collector's office?
So I don't know the exact number, but we're expecting to come in a little bit over on the auditor's office based on the attrition factor, because those positions were filled at the time and we didn't expect we would have a vacancy to be able to support the attrition imposed. And the treasurer tax collector's office, I think, will be very close because we also have potentially revenue that's offset with the treasury for the interest apportionment. So some of these positions are not entirely paid for by the general fund, like the investment operations analyst position is partially reimbursed by the treasury apportionment because their activities are in support of the investment pool. So the investment operations analyst position is not 100% general fund in that regard. So I believe we're pretty close on the treasurer tax collector side. And that also depends on the timing of when we're able to fill the positions, because we do have a revenue recovery specialist that's open right now for recruitment. So it also just depends on how long it takes to fill these positions.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any more questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Elliott. Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. So the Executive Office today is asking to hire for a Principal Administrative Analyst. The position is currently filled, but the employee will be transitioning to another role in the near future. So this is a fully budgeted position as of today. The loss of the Principal Analyst will have a significant impact to the operations of the Executive Office and the county. Currently, this role is heavily involved in the budget cycle, which is pretty much year-round now. The fee hearings, fiscal support for other various departments, the review of most all contracts for a fiscal component, various special projects, and is also the backup for the finance section chief in the Emergency Operations Center. We did review our org chart to see if there was any kind of duties that could be absorbed by other staff, and there is no ability to absorb the duties. So we're asking to recruit and fill for a Principal Administrative Analyst. Thank you.
Supervisor Klein?
I'm just going to clarify because I did ask the previous presenters. I'm not asking if you're coming in on budget because it's very clearly stated in our attachment to the board that we are going to meet the 6% for the executive office budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I am being told that the DEA is not presenting.
Okay.
No, incorrect. Sherry
Sorry.
changed it. Okay.
Sorry. The Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Directors. We've gotten a couple messages. So Carmen Macias is on her way over right now for the DA's office. So I just wondered if we could give her a few minutes.
Sure. Supervisor Williams?
Can we talk while we're waiting?
Sure.
So I can support all of these positions, but I know when we look at our revenue to expenses and how much we're hiring and the reality that we're going to have to, no county gives 0% COLAs for years and years, right? There's going to be ongoing costs here. I'm not sure how we're going to make it work. And so it may be that these are the most critical positions and we need to fill, but something will have to give somewhere at some point in order to maintain a balanced budget. Chair, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a valid concern, but I think also that it's something that we can address down the road. I think this is not the first time nor the last time we're going to be put in an uncomfortable position to tell somebody no or make a hard decision. But I think that can be separated from today's action. Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, do we have an ETA, or is this, like, should we take a 5-minute break? We're not just sitting here awkwardly?
Yeah, okay. So we'll come back at roughly 5 till.
Thank you.
And visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car. The best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Come back. I believe we have somebody from the DA's office here now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carmen Macias, and I'm from the Mendocino County District Attorney's Office. I'm the Administrative Services Manager, and I do the request to fills in our office. And currently, we're requesting to fill the Staff Assistant 1 position and a Legal Secretary 1 position. What we have been doing in our office is trying to use what we have. So, how the Legal Secretary 2 position actually got vacant because somebody retired from or they resigned from the position as a Legal Secretary 2. So we know we have issues in the county as far as budget and things like that. So we're doing our best to do salary savings by, we want to recruit for a Legal Secretary 1 to help out, the budget. That's what we're doing. We're doing it at a lower level 1. And also for the Staff Assistant 1 position, we had a person in that position, but she's been, due to vacant, we had a vacant Legal Secretary position, and we are using her now, promoting her to the Legal Secretary 1 vacant position. So that became our Staff Assistant position is our front office, where we help the public come in with information that they might need, and help different victims, witnesses, law enforcement officers. We have the public that comes in, and so we need to fill the Staff Assistant 1 position to help the public, when they come in with questions and whatever they need. And also we do have another person in there, but that person is a Staff Assistant 2, and that person focuses on logging in all the cases for the law enforcement. We get cases that are submitted through law enforcement. We get about 50 to 100 cases a day. So that person can't do the job of answering the phone, distributing the mail, running to the post office. So we need to have that position filled.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing Supervisor Klein.
Hi, Carmen. Thank you for presenting today. My question for all of our presenters is, where are you coming in at with your budget? And so can you share a little bit about where the DA's projected budget is heading?
Well, these positions have already been budgeted for already, for the people that were in there previously from 25, 26 budget. That hasn't been budgeted for already. And for going forward in the new budget that we are creating, those are being budgeted for also for those positions. So we are going to be coming across in our end of year at budget. So we should have the monies there. We have the monies there to support these positions.
And to clarify, coming in at budget, is that with the 6% attrition?
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
You just make sure I heard it right. The DA will come in under budget by 6%.
We're hoping.
I
Yes,
believe
we
you
are.
said at budget, not under budget.
Yeah, we're at budget.
The clarifying question is,
There is I know that there is questions because you go at somebody probably in the mid-level or the mid-budget, there is some kind of a thinking that the DA's office is over budget. But that's because there's been a mistake made in the county system where we had 0465 anti-drug abuse grant stat. We used to get granting for those drug abuse. We used to get monies. And what happened is we transferred people from there into 2070. But the monies were there, but when they transferred the people, they did not transfer the money into 2070. So it makes it look like we're not on budget. So I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Is it possible for the executive office to update our data so that it reflects the DA's?
If I may, through the chair, I would ask Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce to come forward. I believe when Ms. Macias is saying they're at budget, that includes the 600,000 that was cut for the 6% attrition rate in their budget. Also, with regards to the grant and the money following the position, that's where I'm not 100% sure, and I'm going to ask Sarah if she understands that.
Good morning, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. I would need to look in Munis to confirm whether the funds are still sitting in the victim witness grant. At mid-year, it was presented that the board, or that the DA's office was expected to be over budget, but I'll have to go back and clarify to see if the funds are still sitting in the 0464 account. 65.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff from the different departments for sharing that information, and hope we can have some further clarity on a future meeting.
Thank you. Okay, no more questions from the board. We'll go to public comment on this item. Anybody in the room? Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay. Back to the board for action or discussion. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, quick comment. You know, this is a new process for us, the strategic hiring process, and I think we're kind of learning some things as we're going through it. My perspective has really been ensuring that the questions are asked about where departments are coming in on budget. There were also a lot of other elements to the strategic hiring process that I don't feel are being met currently. And so I'm going to add that comment, like moving forward, I think that there needs to be continued conversation about how we can improve this process moving forward.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're also entertaining a motion. Okay, I will make a motion. Yeah, I believe I can do that, correct? Yeah. Move the,
Sorry.
Yes.
If I could, usually when the chair makes the motion, you hand off the gavel.
After I make the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve all the recommended actions.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm going to support it, but it's my sense that we may be following in Willett's footsteps. I think we need to have a serious talk about living within our means. Okay, and there was no further public comment? Any online?
Seeing none.
Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move on to R3, acceptance of informational presentation from Rennie Public Law Group regarding compensation benchmarking using U.S. Office of Management and Budget statistical areas. And this is Executive Office and Human Resources. Ms. Antle?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you know, we've been working with Rennie Law Group for a couple of years now, and in working with them, they've provided some additional information with regards to regional economic data that we thought would be beneficial for this board to hear in an open session. And with that, I will turn it over to Luke Jensen with the Rennie Public Law Group for a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for having us in this meeting, and I'm joined with Samantha Smithies, also from the Rennie Public Law Group, an analyst with our firm who helped immensely with this presentation. Sam, if you could pull up the slides, we can just jump right in. So as the title suggests, we're going to be sharing with the board some information about regional economic data. More specifically, this presentation takes a look at the county's compensation of its employees in some select classifications and compares it with the compensation offered to similar employees in other local governments in Northern California. And the follow-up to that is an examination of some additional information outside of the comp survey to put that survey data about compensation in context. So looking at other regional economic differences between the survey agencies to provide some additional information for the board as it considers the results of this compensation survey. So without further ado, Sam, could you go to the next slide? Okay, so first, some background. The compensation survey that was conducted looked at 10 comparator jurisdictions in the region, probably of Northern California. These 10 jurisdictions are fixed by the MOUs that the county has with its labor groups. And the 10 that are in the contracts are City of Santa Rosa, City of Ukiah, El Dorado County, Humboldt, Lake County, Napa County, Nevada County, Sonoma County, Sutter County, and Yolo County. So these are the 10 jurisdictions that when the comp survey goes out to look at what are comparable classifications of employee getting paid in, amongst our competitors, the county's competitors, these are the agencies that the survey looks at. So next slide, please. Before jumping into what the results of the survey show, I think it's important to frame this discussion around a couple important questions that I think arise whenever you conduct a comp survey or make decisions on the basis of one. And the key questions are, well, one, first and foremost, how different or similar is the county to the comparator jurisdictions, to the 10 agencies that the county is comparing itself to? And then a second question is, since no more than 5 of the 11 agencies can possibly pay above the median, right, because of just, that's how median is defined, it's just the midpoint of the data. Since it's impossible for more than 5 to pay above it, where should the county aim to stand in this survey universe, right, in the market that we're looking at? And the survey alone doesn't answer these questions. This is complicated. There's many factors to consider, and in many ways, it's a policy decision for the board to consider. And the survey itself, as well as this additional regional economic data that we're going to share, they're just more data points for the board's consideration. They don't determine any particular course of action. And they provide helpful points of reference, and they can help you evaluate market competitiveness, how the county fares with getting the best and brightest employees. But these evaluations are really most meaningful in the context of other relative differences, like cost of living, wealth of the communities size of the population, and labor market conditions across these agencies. So next slide, please. This is a very high level summary, simplified down to the most general tendencies that the survey show of aggregate results for the county's market position in this comp survey that was done. So the survey looked at 96 benchmark classifications. So that's 96 different kinds of employee function, job duties that the survey looked at. And when you look at those 96 classifications, Mendocino's overall market position is as follows. So on average, county is about 5.5% below the average in each of these classifications. And if you look at the median, it's about almost 5% below. So similar median average came out very similarly here. And what this is doing specifically is these figures here. You look at each classification, all 96 of them, and in each one you show what the average and the median market compensation is. And then you look at Mendocino's percent difference from that target of average or median. And what this figure represents here is, look at all of those and take the average of all of those differences. So on average, the county is about 5.5% below the market average. To be clear, that means, right, that there are folks, some of these classifications are above that, they're farther below, farther than 5.5% below, some are above the market average, right? So this is just a general tendency. And the components that the survey looks at are salary, longevity premiums, right? So percent of pay that you get for having a certain amount of years of service, employer contributions to Social Security, employer contributions to medical, and then the employee's contribution to their retirement. So the next slide is still focused on the comp survey, but looking at things in a slightly different way. So instead of looking at each classification and the average position, for the county with those classifications, this is looking very broadly at just what's the median total compensation from the surveyed agencies for the classifications that we looked at. So this is comparing compensation by agency now rather than, by classification. So you can see Mendocino's, position here in the green bar, and that on average in general, the county is if you just look at total comp by agency, is paying, is in the bottom half of this survey universe for median total comp. At the top, you see agencies like Sonoma County, City of Santa Rosa, Napa County, and El Dorado. That's maybe not surprising to all of you already, but what we're going to look at going forward in this presentation is, what's digging deeper into that difference here. So what's going on, what might explain where Mendocino is on this graph and where the other agencies are. So there are some notable patterns that we're going to look at, and we're going to come back to that chart, that graph down the line. But first, a brief detour into some technical concepts. The Office of Management and Budget tries to measure shared labor markets, right? So it tries to evaluate whether two regions in the United States have overlapping or are competing for the same employees. And they measure this in terms of what they call, social and economic integration, measured by commuter patterns and employment interchange. How often, how frequently are people traveling between two regions, and how much employment interchange is there between two regions? How many folks from the county, for instance, are going to Napa, if at all, and vice versa? That kind of thing is what they're measuring here. And they have more concepts than this, but the two relevant ones here are these metropolitan statistical areas and micropolitan statistical areas. The micropolitan ones are basically just smaller versions of the metropolitan statistical areas. But MSAs, metropolitan statistical areas, the way that they're defined is areas get grouped together in one MSA when they have at least one urbanized area with a population of 50,000 or more, plus adjacent territory that has a high degree of social and economic integration, again, commuter patterns and employment change, with those urban cores. So if there's a lot of traffic between, let's say a more rural area of a county to its urban core, they're going to be part of the same MSA. Okay, so it's focused on integration and commuting interchange with a large urban center. And the micropolitan areas are similar, but just smaller. So it's if there's only one urban area and it has a population of at least 10,000, but fewer than 50,000. Okay, so that's some background. The next slide shows how these survey agencies fall with respect to these categories of MSA and micro SA. So Mendocino is one of the 5 survey jurisdictions that do not belong to a metropolitan statistical area. And generally, these are the 5 agencies that fall below the median for total comp that we looked at on slide 5. So if you can go back to slide 5 for a second, Sam, you can see the agencies, Mendocino and below, and Nevada are in a not in an MSA. They are in these micropolitan statistical areas. And the rest of the agencies above, they're in different metropolitan statistical areas in some cases, but they all have some high degree of economic integration and shared labor market with a larger city or cities. And you can see also that Sonoma County, for instance, in Santa Rosa, that's an example of 2 areas, 2 regions, jurisdictions that are in the same MSA. And, it's not surprising if the MSAs are intended to predict shared labor market. You can see that, they pay similarly in this survey. And that should be expected if they're competing over the same employees to a high degree. So going on, in addition to this kind of over these 2 broad patterns in an MSA, not an MSA, if you then look further at differences between these agencies, additional kind of overlapping patterns are revealed. There are a lot of ways to try to capture relative differences in cost of living, in community wealth. This is one way to do it. And there's another way that we will review in a few slides. But what this graph or table here shows you in summary is how does the county compare to the other comparators on some key demographic and economic data points. So population, median family income, median household income, median home value, and median rent. The numbers you see here, the actual dollar figures, these are taken from the U.S. Census Bureau and their most recent American Community Survey. And, census data is not perfect. It's not, to the cent precision accurate, but it is meant and intended to be a comprehensive and objective measure of these variables. But the absolute values here, right, the actual numbers that you see on this chart, I think for the purposes of this presentation at least, they are less important than the relative differences between these agencies on these key figures. So, and you'll see that I think more clearly in the next few slides. But just for a second, I want to draw your attention to the second to last row here, the Mendocino percent difference from the median on these key economic and demographic factors. You can see very, much smaller in terms of population than the median of this group, 49% smaller. Median family income is 30% lower than the median of this group. Median household income also around 30% lower. Home value 20% give or take lower, and median rent is about 30% lower than the survey group. And it's really the relative comparisons again that I think are important. This doesn't mean that folks, don't pay higher rents than this, $1,317 figure. They absolutely do in Mendocino because this is the median. And it doesn't mean that this is a perfect measure of the median, but it's really about how does this compare to the other agencies? What are the relative differences here? So next slide shows the same data that we just reviewed at a glance in more detail broken down in these graphs. So this is population. You can see very clearly here that Mendocino is in the lower end of the survey universe with respect to its population. Sonoma County, mild, hundreds of thousands of employees, of residents greater than any of the other jurisdictions. The next slide shows you the median family income. And again, the dollar values here, not as important as I think just what this shows visually, the relative differences and position that the county is in relative to these other agencies. So again, in the bottom group here, below the median, with family income. Next slide shows household income, similar picture, below the median. And you'll note with the last two slides, the agencies that are below the median generally are the ones that are not in an MSA, right, that are in this micropolitan statistical area. Next slide shows median rent. And again, same picture broadly, below the median on this variable. And, it's joined by other agencies, other jurisdictions that are generally not in MSAs. And then the next slide shows median home value, which Mendocino is again below that median line with other counties, agencies that are similarly not part of those metropolitan statistical areas. And then the next slide looks at this same kind of question from a different angle, trying to get a more direct measure of cost of living and allow us to make cost of living comparisons between the agencies. So this relies on a different set of data and a different source than the prior slides. If we could look at if CPI, the standard CPI measures were fine-grained enough to apply to non-metropolitan areas, we could, that would be ideal. They are not that narrowly defined. They are more high-level measures. So there's nothing specific enough from CPI to use to compare the agencies. But one way to do this is with a different measure, something called the Regional Price Parity Indexes that the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis publishes. And it creates these indexes for comparing the overall cost of living, the overall price of goods and services between regions within the United States. And it does this by looking at the national average price and compares subregions to that national average. And the national average is that 100%, that's the national average. So anything above that here you see in this column, that means that, let's look at Napa. The average price is about, almost 12% higher in Napa than the national average. Okay, that's what these figures represent. And again, for the purposes of this presentation, it's really these relative differences that I think are important. You see the 5 agencies that are in non-metropolitan areas have this regional price parity of 102.6%. So it's above the national average. Things are more expensive in California generally, and in these non-metropolitan areas specifically. But compared to these other counties, it's not, and agencies, it's not as high above the national average as Napa, Yuba City, Sutter County, Yolo County, El Dorado County, Sonoma County, Santa Rosa, and Napa County. Right? So all the groups, again, that are in MSAs, they have these higher regional price parity indexes. So things generally cost more in these areas. So next slide. This slide now kind of takes these patterns that have overlapped and tries to bring them into contact with the survey data in a more direct way. So to be clear, what this does, what you're seeing here is, okay, let's taking a look at some subgroups within the survey universe. This is not to suggest that, you know, the comparators should change necessarily, or that they could. I mean, they're fixed by the MOU. And those are the comparators that the surveys use, right? But what this is doing here is by looking at, you know, smaller groupings of the survey jurisdictions, it's just meant to illustrate the impact that the inclusion of certain comparators makes to the overall picture for the county, right? So focusing on the left-hand side of this slide, on the no MSA subgroup, what we're calling it. So if you just look at the agencies that do not, are not part of these metropolitan statistical areas, which we've seen overlaps with these things about cost of living and community wealth. If you just look at those agencies and compare the county to them, on average, the county is paying roughly 7% more than the average for this cohort of Ukiah, Lake, Nevada, and Humboldt. So focusing on them more narrowly, the county is, on average, about 7% above the average for each of its classifications. On the right side, you expand out from that no MSA subgroup, and now you're looking at most of the survey, but you're excluding 3 comparators with the highest RPPs, so the highest regional price parity, and the greatest median home value and rent. Those 3 agencies are Napa, Sonoma, and Santa Rosa. If you exclude those folks, just for the sake of analysis, on average, Mendocino is quote unquote, you know, at market with the remaining jurisdictions in the survey. So, you know, about almost 0.5% above the average on average for this expanded subgroup. So that includes Nevada County, Sutter County, El Dorado County, Yolo County, Ukiah, City of Ukiah, Lake County, Nevada, and Humboldt. So again, this is just to show how, you know, the inclusion of, say, Napa and Sonoma and Santa Rosa, how it makes a very big difference to the overall picture. Taking just them out, you know, the county's relative position changes dramatically. Okay, the next slide is putting all this together a bit. To summarize, the 5 jurisdictions not in an MSA are generally the 5 agencies below median for total compensation in the survey. And they're also below median on those key economic indicators that we were looking at, median home value, median rent, et cetera. These 5 jurisdictions, by the OMB's standards, do not share labor markets with any urban areas with populations of 50,000 or more. And they also have the lowest RPP, regional price parity, of the survey group. So generally, lack of shared labor market and less economic integration with the larger urban area, lower median incomes, lower housing and rent prices, and lower average prices as measured by regional price parity. These are all correlated with generally lower total compensation, within the survey group. And the inverse is true. The inverse is true for the remaining 6 agencies. So all the folks that are in MSAs, sometimes the same MSA, who are integrated to a high degree with a larger urban area, also have higher median incomes, higher housing and rent prices, higher RPPs. They also, all of those features are correlated with also higher total compensation on average. Okay, and then the final slide just puts in a snapshot, again, how the county compares when you look at these different subgroups of the comparators. So limiting to just that, the 4 jurisdictions that are not in an MSA, the county is on average 7%, paying 7% more than the average. For the expanded subgroup, all the survey jurisdictions, excluding Santa Rosa, Sonoma, and Napa, the county is, at market, about almost half of a percent above the average total comp. And then again, expanding out back to the full market survey, the county is approximately 5.5% below that market average. So, in aggregate, which I should say, by some standards and a kind of traditional reading of what it means to be at market, in some circles at least, that is taken to mean 5% below or above the average or the median. So at least by that standard, even with the full market survey, the county is very close to at market. So that's the end of the presentation, and I appreciate everyone's patience and attention to this. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Williams?
I found it insightful. I appreciate you being here. Do you have any insight into where those other 10 are going in the next year to 3 years?
Yes, there is some information available on that already. With some of this, things are in negotiation, and you don't know until the deal is struck. But Sonoma County, for example, they have agreed to basically a 1-year extension of their MOUs with a 3% general wage increase, nothing more. And they cite, concerns about fiscal uncertainty in light of the, national and global economic situation as part of the rationale in the agreement itself. So, trying to keep things moving, extend the contracts for now, and a kind of 3%. It's not nothing, but it's definitely more in line with I think the kind of general wage increases that you would generally see several years ago. In the last few years, wage increases have been higher because of issues regarding inflation. But at this point, I would say that generally, at least with respect to things like cost of living adjustments or general wage increases, 3% is, I think, becoming more standard again. And of course, there's lots of variety still there, but Sonoma is a good example.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions. If we could get you to stick around a little bit through public comment, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay, we'll open up the room to public comment.
Good morning, Supervisors. Patrick Hickey, SEIU Local 1021. This report presents a very rosy picture for county employees. Unfortunately, it does not reflect reality for your staff. County employees are struggling. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare are all going up faster than salaries. We're all suffering from the affordability crisis. Let's talk about salaries. In the last round of negotiations, employees were brought up to the market rate for 2023. So we're 3 years behind. Inflation has chipped away at their pay as prices rise. We urge the board to focus on what employees need to support themselves and their families. Staff at a level that allows you to pay living wages. Clearly spell out what the county can afford to do and what it can't. The board needs to be clear on what activities and services will be eliminated or put on hold. Rather than excuses, let's focus on solutions. The board has talked about the $30 million in uncollected property taxes for years. Assign staff to collect that money. Continue to pursue reassessments and explore other revenue opportunities. We're disappointed in the comparator report. It appears to ignore the numbers they don't like and cherry pick the information that fits the story that they want to tell. What did they leave out? How about the COLAs for the comparator jurisdictions? We just heard about Sonoma, but Lake County this year is getting a 3.5% increase. Napa County is getting a 3.5% increase. City of Santa Rosa is getting a 4% increase. Nevada County, a 3% increase. Yolo County, a 3% increase. So what we see counties and cities doing is recognizing that inflation is impacting their employees and that employees need to keep up with the cost of living. The current MOU brought positions closer to market rate, but did not keep up with the cost of living. The board has the opportunity to correct that and give the staff the support that they need to keep up with inflation and to continue to provide essential services for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room?
I'm Nathan Maxman. I work in the assessor's office. Looking at the presentation before the meeting, it really looked like finding numbers to fit what you wanted to say. It doesn't take geography into reality. I mean, when they're taking the smaller comparator group, they don't put Sonoma County and Santa Rosa with us. They exclude those and show us the counties that are further away. Just in our office, we've lost appraisers to Sonoma County, Solano County, and Marin County. So we're not comparing to those where people are actually going. We're comparing to places people aren't going. I would like to know what the definition of a shared labor market is, because there are a lot of people from both Mendocino and Lake County that commute to Sonoma County. So that's really all I have to say. I'm sorry I don't have a better prepared speech, but it is what it is.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Madam Clerk?
Seeing one online, Peter McNamee.
I'd just like to echo what the other public members of the public, and particularly SEIU, have stated here. I think the problem that I perceive with this presentation today is it throws a lot of numbers at you and gives you some interesting statistical perspectives, but it doesn't fundamentally address the core question that the board has to address, which is how do you recruit and train and retain the talent that you need in order to serve the public need? And instead of having a statistical analysis presented to you, what you really need to do is have someone come forward with the expertise to advise you on what the solutions are to those questions of how you recruit, retain, and train and develop the talent that you need to serve the public efficiently and effectively. And then when they presented you with a solution, I would be very useful to know what the statistical and scientific basis for those conclusions about what the best and optimal solution really is. But until you actually get solutions being proposed to those questions, all of this is really just a lot of data, and it doesn't really change anything. And I really would encourage the board to ask the CEO to come forward with recommendations along those lines from people who have the expertise to make good recommendations to you, but also be able to support them with the data and the science that would bring us to conclude logically that those are the right solutions for Mendocino County. Otherwise, well, you got a nice seminar on economic data collection today, but I don't see any solutions being presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. And again, we're just, the only action we're looking for is acceptance of the presentation. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share my comment is really that I'm glad we're having information brought forward and starting the discussion in this way. Obviously, there's not solutions attached to this discussion, but while I hear frustration from the commenters and I understand that frustration, I would rather have information be presented and be very transparent with what is being gathered and what is being studied. And if there are suggestions for additional information to, be included, I heard some of that moving forward, I think that should be considered. I would ask Luke to please share the definition that was asked for by one of the commenters. I believed it was the
shared labor pool.
Shared labor pool. If you could just share that for kind of
Sure.
close out of our conversation, I think it'd be helpful for the commenter.
Sure. So yeah, it's a very fair question. It's a good question. There of course different areas can have people going from one to the other for work. These are meant to measure. It's a measurement of degrees, at least by OMB's measurement, right? So, and it's a measure of a certain percentage or frequency of commuter patterns. So how much cross traffic is there between, take for example, Sonoma and Mendocino. So it's, how often, what are the commuter flows looking like between these two counties? And how much, again, employment interchange, how many folks from Sonoma are going to work in Mendocino? How many folks from Mendocino are going to work in Sonoma? And it's really, this is a measure of, residency to, so it's how many Mendocino residents are going to go work in Sonoma? How many Sonoma residents are working in Mendocino? And I don't have the precise, percentage thresholds that gets you into the right amount of economic interchange for you to be grouped in this way by the OMB. But the other core component of whether you are in the same MSA in the eyes of the OMB are you integrated? Is there a lot of that interchange and traffic commuter patterns between you and some large urban area? So that's what is required for the MSA category. And then, if there's a lot of employment interchange and traffic patterns between you and a smaller urban area, between 10 and 50,000 population, then you would be in a micropolitan statistical area. So that's roughly the way that the OMB tracks the concept of labor markets. But it doesn't mean that there isn't ever any. Just because you're not in the same MSA does not mean, to be sure, it does not mean that there is no employment interchange or no commuter patterns between these two areas. It's just it doesn't meet OMB's threshold, in certain cases.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I want to thank the commenters and also the team for the presentation. I think that when you're an elected official and you are working on determining wages, not only are you hearing internally from your staff, but you're hearing from the outside and from the entire county's population about how much money is being spent on wages. And so it's not so simple as to just say, we really like XYZ person or position and this is how much we want to pay them. I think it's really important that the board continues to evaluate the data and the statistics so that we can make informed decisions. And I think that having this conversation during a regular open board meeting is also really important so that everybody sees the same information that the board sees.
Thank you for that. So again, I'll invite a motion to accept the presentation from Renee Law Group.
Move approval or acceptance.
Second.
Okay, first by Supervisor Klein, seconded by Mulhern. We will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item R4. Discussion and possible action, including possible direction to staff regarding consideration of establishing a community facilities district for the maintenance of the Bella Vista subdivision neighborhood and linear parks and landscaping and planning and building.
Give me one moment. Okay, good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So the item before you today is a discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the Bella Vista project, and specifically a request regarding forming a community facilities district for the traditional neighborhood for the maintenance of the neighborhood and linear parks, as well as landscaping. So this comes on the heels of the approval by the board on the modification to the Bella Vista project that was approved on February 3rd, 2026. And I'll just give a little bit of background on the request, how we got to this point today, and then a few considerations for the board as part of this discussion. So the Bella Vista subdivision project includes two neighborhoods, the senior neighborhood and the traditional neighborhood. The senior neighborhood will have an HOA, as that is the necessary mechanism to ensure that the age restriction is applied to those parcels. And the traditional neighborhood has was originally proposed including an HOA, but as part of the review process for the original 2023 modification, the developer requested and the county agreed to include that in the adopted conditions of approval, language that allowed for either an HOA or other oversight instrument as approved by the county. And that's specific for the traditional neighborhood. The developer for the project has since been in communication with the county requesting that the county establish that community facilities district for the traditional neighborhood to fund the maintenance of the parks, both the linear and neighborhood, as well as the landscaping strips. I was just going to give the board a little information on what each of those parks includes as well. So the neighborhood park is proposed at 1.9 acres, would include an open field for recreation, a half-court basketball court, a looped walking path, seating, and a tot lot with a play structure. It's also designed as a stormwater detention feature and was proposed by the original developer for the project to be a park that was open to the general public. The linear parks total 1.1 acres, including 2,400 linear feet of multi-use trail. The linear park ranges from 12 to 29 feet in width, and it would have a 7-foot wide meandering concrete walkway and bike path, and would include native ground cover, a mix of native grasses, trees, and shrubs, and low-impact development stormwater features such as cobble-lined swales. It also features several dry stack rock seat walls / retaining walls and 2 dog parks and dog waste stations. And then there is a landscaping plan that was reviewed by the board at the February 3rd, 2026 meeting that does demonstrate all of those various improvements, including the proposed plantings that would be within the landscaping strips of the subdivision. The developer has stated that the costs to a homeowner are lessened when a community facilities district is established as opposed to a homeowners association, but no definitive numbers have been prepared for the Bella Vista project specifically. And absent those definitive numbers with the supporting backup material, county staff is not able to confirm to the board that a community facilities district will in fact be a more cost-effective option for future property owners in the Bella Vista subdivision. The last time this topic was in front of the board was in December of 2024, and at that time, PBS sponsored an item to the board to receive direction to continue spending staff time working with the developer and internally on the concept of the county establishing a CFD, as staff felt that they had expended what was a reasonable amount of time on this subject absent full board direction to pursue this project further. As provided during that meeting, after conducting additional research, county staff would then bring back an agenda item to the full board for formal action and direction on establishing a community facilities district. During that time period, the applicant filed a modification request to the subdivision in January of 2025, and that modified project was just approved on February 3rd, 2026 by this board. And included modifications to the size of the parks as well as the landscaping strips. So until the board had approved that modified project, the full scope of what improvements may be included in the CFD was not firm, and the county would not have been able to complete the formation process for a community facilities district without firm improvements, as that directly relates to the rate analysis that is a required piece of forming a community facilities district. One additional item that's occurred since the last discussion in December of 2024 is that at that time, the city of Ukiah had expressed interest in taking on the responsibility of the actual maintenance, provided the county set up a community facilities district to fund the cost of providing such services. And since that time, the city has not formally or definitively committed to such responsibility. And so if the city does not commit to providing such services, it would become the responsibility of the county to maintain the parks and landscaping and related features and or to contract for such services. In considering establishing a community facilities district, the board may want to consider the proposed impacts to the county related to ownership of real property, including additional liability concerns, staff time that may be required in forming and operating a new district, and the actual cost to homeowners would be established as part of the community facilities district formation process. But as noted above, those costs and potential cost savings are currently unknown. If the costs established under the CFD do not keep up with expenses over time, maintenance and repair of those areas could become the responsibility of the general fund unless the property owners agree to pay increased costs. And then I do want to note that the developer has submitted a letter to our office stating that they will fund the setup of the community facilities district, so county staff time involved with the setup of a community facilities district. That does not include ongoing obligations. And with that, I'll also like to look to CEO Antle to see if she has any additional comments she'd like to add.
Thank you, Director Krog. I just really want to emphasize and ensure that this board understands the undertaking that you fall into with a CFD. And I think Director Krog hit those for you. So just something for you to consider as you move forward.
Supervisor Williams.
The claim that the CFD is cheaper than the HOA is unverified at present. Does the developer wish to speak and show us the math? I guess my concern is it actually cheaper? And then is it cheaper to the property owner or is it cheaper to the county? Because I see the HOA not having an impact on us, whereas the CFD over the years most definitely will.
And I see we do have, excuse me, if I may through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director. We do have representatives of the application that are in the audience today and also available online that may be able to speak to that. What has been provided to the county so far was, I think, based upon their outreach to qualified firms that maybe would assist in either a CFD formation process and or an HOA formation process. But there's no definitive numbers that have been prepared, that list out, it costs this much for the maintenance of the neighborhood park improvements, this much for linear park improvements, and a direct comparison of how those costs differ between the CFD model versus an HOA model.
So that being the case, how do we make the claim that the CFD is cheaper?
That is why staff said that we cannot state that at this time.
Chair, could we hear from the representative of the applicant?
Yeah, I think maybe we can get all the questions answered at once, or do you want to take them individually? Because we do have more supervisors with questions. All right. Please, sir.
Good morning, I'm Doug Gillen. Numerous times we had offered to hire that consultant to steward us through this process. That went on, I don't know if Jake is on the phone or not, or on the line or not, but that went on for a 2-year period. We kept asking staff, can we hire the consultant that he can walk you through this process and can come up with all the numbers you need. In consulting with the consultant, I had come up with numbers, Julia, that I'd given you that demonstrated the difference between homeowners association and a CFD. CFDs are done in every city, in every county in California. They are very standard operating mechanisms. They save the homeowners tremendous amounts of money, and they're done in every community. They are not that complex. It does not involve the financial exposure of the community or the county, as was pointed out numerous times. I believe that, Darcy, you were on a conversation directly with our CFD consultant at the time, and you had asked all those questions, and I believe they were answered, I hope, to your satisfaction. We had hoped to have the consultant here today, but we couldn't get approval from staff to have that person brought online. So there is no question that a CFD, no question that a CFD saves the homeowners money, no question. And it's to the tune of at least $200 a month.
Supervisor Wayne?
So, Chair, my vote, for my vote, it's material to have this shared understanding. If we can save homeowners $200, by all means, I want to do it. But it needs to be done in a way that doesn't subject our general fund to liability, because frankly, we're broke. There's no other revenue stream to offset an expense that comes out of this project. And I'm hearing that may not be the case. So, Chair, how do you recommend we move forward? I don't feel like there's enough information for me to make a decision.
Sure. So we're going to hear from the other supervisors, and then we're going to hear from the public, and then we'll bring it back to make our decisions. Okay, and that is whom? Okay, is he trying to speak?
Any other questions? Or
Not yet, sir, but we do have two other supervisors with questions.
Okay.
Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, thank you. My question might be for the applicant or for Director Krog. There's been this offer to have a consultant brought on to assist with some of this work. Could this consultant not prepare some sort of analysis of the HOA versus the CFD?
If I may, so the consultant, there was an initial outreach done by the developer to a consulting firm. And at that point, they were looking to, I think, contract with them directly for setting up the CFD, but county staff informed them that they couldn't, essentially sign an agreement that would obligate the county on forming a community facilities district. And then that particular consultant, I think, while they could prepare numbers, it's part of the CFD formation process on the actual expense for the CFD. It's how you establish the rate as part of that process. I don't believe that same consultant would be preparing an analysis for a comparison to an HOA, if that makes sense. It's sort of like two different groups of consultants. Some groups do the CFD related work. Other groups may assist with forming homeowners association and performing that analysis.
Is there anything the applicant would like to add to that?
yeah, we can have our consultant that will be working on the HOA for the senior. They can also prepare the budget that would happen on the rest of the subdivision if not covered by a CFD. So I think we could do that relatively quickly. We can bring our consultant aboard if the board would approve it immediately and have him do his numbers, and then you'll have the comparison.
I appreciate that offer, because what I'm looking for is a way that we can make this work, right? Our community
Sure.
needs housing. We appreciate your patience through the process as we navigate this, appreciate the staff time, to move this forward. And, you're hearing from the board, we want to protect the county's liability and protect, our general fund moving forward, but also meet the needs of our community. So I certainly am willing to support those efforts to make this work, and would turn to my colleagues to see what else we need to discuss.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I also believe the next agenda item relates to this conversation. And so it feels a little, I think, tricky to navigate that conversation. But my questions for staff, and maybe this is to the executive office, have you evaluated the property tax revenue that would be received by having this property fully developed?
We have not received that information from the assessor or tax collector.
Okay, so over several years, I have done those calculations, and using the sales tax example that is on the assessor's office at a basic home price of roughly $600,000, the county is losing about $1.2 million a year by not having this development in place. And this project is going on its 20th year of not being developed. So when you want to sit here and talk about how the county's broke, hey, like look in the mirror, right? We are also responsible for not bringing in property tax revenue in our own way. And I really want to accept responsibility of that. And, that is why I continue to advocate for this project moving forward and for other housing projects moving forward. We are asked by the state auditor, we are asked by the public, we are asked by our employees to bring in additional revenue, and we have an opportunity here that I don't want to be dismissive of. Yes, I recognize that there's liability for the county. Yes, I recognize that there will be expense for the county. At the same time, that county's delayed is costing the community money, not just the County of Mendocino General Fund, but our school districts. I mean, roughly 30 to $47 million of revenue over the last 20 years. So I think while the county is certainly challenged to provide services, we cannot continue to hem and haw on this project. We need to move forward with it.
Supervisor Williams.
If Supervisor Mulhern might rephrase that as a motion, I would second it.
So moved, but we haven't heard from the public.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Add one thing if I could, just for a second.
Please.
Because I heard you talking about economic development. This project alone will be $80 million invested in your community, directly into your community in construction. Overall, 166 homes. Our first phase, we're spending about $15 million just on your first phase. And that's not including putting in some of the public improvements that we're putting in the second phase. So if you want an economic driver, please take a look at Bella Vista. It's been a long time coming. We need to get this project going. If we'd started this project when I bought the property in 2017, those homes would have been $365,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,248 square foot home. So time does cost money, and it costs money to the consumer. We want to bring this project online. Darcy, I have a question. Was there anything in the presentation that Blair gave you that led you to believe the county had any financial exposure with the CFD?
Yes, in further conversations that we've had with our council and then reviewing some other information. And if I'm going to say the original budget isn't large enough and we don't build in, my understanding is that we can build in the fee rate from $40 to $400. But if somewhere down the line, deferred maintenance, if it's a lighting pole or a risk issue, we don't really have that ability without the homeowners buy-in to move it over the $400 should it ever need to get there. And again, this is just information for the board to consider. I'm not, against the project by any means.
No, and I'm not suggesting that you are. We'd be happy to discuss those with our consultant and the board. So, and another important point, then I'll shut up and sit down. A lot of these districts do hire third parties. They don't use their own departments to do the maintenance. That happens routinely. So while I do believe the city of Ukiah wants to do the maintenance on this project, third parties are also a viable alternative and used in a lot of communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Do we need an ad hoc to help prepare this so that it comes forward ready for a vote? It's truly a question.
I don't know that do or don't need an ad hoc, but Ms. Krog, you're asking for direction to staff on basically moving forward, not what our concerns are. I think you've heard the concerns. I don't imagine there's anybody up here that's against this project, either behind the dais or staff. So it sounds to me like it's something that could move forward, and you have to come back, and at that time you could address all the concerns of the board.
And if I may, I think am I understanding correctly that the direction from the board is then to move forward, hire a consultant to form the CFD at this point, or do you just want additional information to come back? That piece I'm a little bit unclear on.
Well, I don't know that I'm clear on it either, but I think there's questions that have been asked, and I think they're fair questions that need to be asked before, I think I'm ready to fully commit. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think there's room to make this work. But I do have some concerns. I'm curious, maybe you can answer. My understanding is, as it's written in the staff report, that the city of Ukiah had at least expressed some interest. Do you know, and it's mentioned as well that they haven't committed, there's been normal, do you know why or when maybe they changed their mind? Was it around the time of the larger annexation proposal that struggled?
That's correct. The last discussion we had with them was with regards to the annexation, and that hasn't gone through for them. And so maybe that's something down the road, if it's annexed, that they would be willing to support. But I don't think it's totally off the table that they don't want to help maintain it when the time comes. But they did show some hesitancy in our last call.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Supervisor.
Yeah, I would also like to understand from our staff, maybe county council is the best for this. What is the county's liability if the CFD doesn't generate enough revenue to cover the expense of maintaining the park and the services? Wouldn't it be like our existing parks? They just don't get maintained very well? Serious question.
So once the county is committed to providing those services, they would continue to have to increase and look at, what you would build in as tax increase in those. This is a very small area for a CFD. Just went through this process in a very large area. So, part of when you consider a CFD is how many parcels, how much money will that generate, and you would have to build in enough monies to continue to generate enough monies to provide those services. So the county would be in the position of continuing to up those taxes.
Understood. And if the people were to say no, couldn't we simply stop providing the same level of service? Or are we committing to a higher level service than the revenue will support?
They basically come under, there's several things that the county looks at when they are sort of agreeing to this in terms of what that maintenance looks like, et cetera, because they are obligated. And again, it would have to be built in that the taxes would increase to provide those services, which I'm not sure that would, I'm just not sure in such a small area how that would work.
How do we get from where we are now? We have questions. I think all five of us, if John were here, it would be all five of us want to see this thing get built yesterday. How do we get from that to a plan that's ready for a vote? And I guess I'm afraid information will come back and it'll be to ask for direction, and then we'll have some more questions. I just want to see it happen, and I don't want to subject the county to liability because we can't already pay for what we're committed to today. Is it possible for us to give direction to hire the consultant? Sounds like the applicant's willing to pay for them, but the county would be hiring them and then getting reimbursed for the actual cost, and ask that they put together a shovel-ready plan for us to move this as quick as possible, where at a future date the county isn't on the hook for services that it can't provide?
I think it's certainly possible that if the board wanted to give direction for the county to contract with a qualified firm to begin work on a CFD, there is opportunity to still come back, I believe, to the board at any point during that process as well, and seek further direction from the board. But if the board wants to have numbers in front of them before making a decision on whether moving forward, then I think it is having the applicant obtain essentially those cost estimates from qualified firms that line out the actual improvements that are part of this development, what that cost is for annual maintenance, and a comparison of how that differs between an HOA versus a CFD, because I think that's the piece that county staff is not able to speak to. While we've been provided numbers, there hasn't been that backup data that shows us how those numbers have been arrived at, and that's what's been the concern.
Understood, and I'm not sure if it's true. I just don't have anything to look at. At this point, I don't really care about the HOA, though, and the whole debate about which is more cost-effective. You have an applicant that wants a CFD. As long as we can get a consultant to put together a CFD that won't incur county liability in the coming years, if there's tax increases that are built into it so it covers expenses, I'm ready to say yes. What's the action that gets us there as quick as possible?
I think the action would be giving direction to county staff to form the CFD, including hiring a qualified consulting firm to perform that work.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I was going to make a motion, but I think there's more public comment.
Okay. Anybody in the room like to speak on this item?
Hi, good morning. My name's Amy Bolton. I am an owner and president of Christofferson Homes, Christofferson Builders out of Sonoma County. We've been developing since 1978, all up and down the coast, and currently have 5 subdivisions in the North Bay region under development. One of which is actually using a CFD in Town of Windsor, and 2 of which we have HOAs for other reasons, and they are extraordinarily expensive. So my talking points is, so the CFD is the best vehicle for achieving the goal to maintain the common area landscaping. It's by far less expensive and easier to manage than an HOA. And frankly, an HOA is overkill. I could see if this was some development that had all these, huge, community centers and stuff that would justify the large annual cost of the audit and accounting that has to happen, and tax preparation, but we're talking about just a little over 2 acres of landscaping and a basketball court. It's very much overkill. It's not a new concept. It's been in place for decades. We were using landscape and lighting districts when we were developing in Sacramento and Roseville 25 years ago. As I mentioned, we have one currently under construction in Windsor, and it's so much more cost effective. There's been a lot of conversation here about the relative costs. We actually did do quite a bit of analysis. We've been in conversation with the CFD formation consultant for a good few years now, and been working with the county on this for a good few years. And we've had the numbers run, and it is about $300 a month for an HOA versus about $30 a month for the CFD cost. And as my dad says, this project, Bella Vista, it's community housing. It's not for the super wealthy. It's for the everyday person in Mendocino County, Northern Sonoma County, wherever. And it's a how much down and how much a month business. So adding $300 a month will really change people's ability to qualify for mortgages. And then finally, HOAs, they are a notorious attractive nuisance for attorneys looking to go out there, 9.5 years in, they go out there, they get people riled up and file frivolous lawsuits. And I know Mr. Gillen could speak more to this, but I'm pretty sure that he's not willing to put his future and his children's future at risk by providing an attractive nuisance for this project that he's been working on for almost a decade now. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, from your experience with the other projects, have those been structured in such a way that the county or city can't lose in the long term The concern is that we commit today and the cost of maintenance increases and we can't collect it from the development. How is that mitigated elsewhere?
They have, again, I don't know how the town of Windsor, because it was so easy, we just opted into it. And they have it kind of across the town. And so if you drive through Windsor, it's beautiful because they have a mechanism to be paying for all this landscape maintenance. So I don't know how they do it, but I do know that it's a very well-known mechanism to be able to increase costs. And it might be, just building it in, cost of living. But again, we're talking about 2 acres of landscaping.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else in the room?
Dick Selzer, Ukiah. You've already expressed the desire. This project is 20 years in the making. It needs to happen. We are in desperate need of additional housing in Ukiah, and this will provide much of that missing resource. As far as the numbers are concerned, the difference between $30 a month and $300 a month is $270 a month. At today's interest rates, that calculates to be a $45,000 difference in the price of a house. So if we go with an HOA, you're looking at impacting a buyer's capacity for financing by $45,000. That's a real number. That's a big number. And that will make or break many people's decisions on whether or not they can afford to buy a home in the subdivision. And without buyers in that subdivision, the subdivision doesn't happen. So please do whatever is appropriate and necessary to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the room, Madam Clerk?
We have one online, Jake Morley.
Hello. Just briefly, I'll speak about some experiences I have with the HOA. We did Gobi Commons, an 8-lot private road subdivision in Ukiah. That HOA is $250 a month. It involves just a private road and a storm drainage, so that to give you kind of some perspective of costs. A lot of that is reserves and administrative costs that the state has minimums requirements on. In talking with the consultant on a call one day, I said, Blair, what's a two acre park going to cost? He said about $30, and that's just shooting from the hips number that he gave us. His firm does the entire workload, resolution, sits down with staff, talks about their dollars and cents and wages, and develops that cost. He puts in accelerators, so over time that cost stays adjusted correctly with the economics of the world. He even goes so far as putting his phone number on the tax bill so that his office receives the phone calls when someone asks about why they're getting assessed a certain dollar amount. Like everyone's mentioned before, it's a quite common tool that I think can be used well beyond Bella Vista, but for future projects that can start essentially paying for their impacts on the county. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Klein?
Not a question. Comment after public comments closed.
Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, so back to the board. Supervisor Klein?
I believe Supervisor Williams made a motion. I'm willing to second that motion if there's a desire to include prioritization of this request in terms of planning and buildings workload.
Sure, of course. What does that mean?
I can add some additional context from my perspective as an individual supervisor. This takes priority over things like a short-term rental ordinance or low intensity camping ordinance.
If I may comment through the chair, I'll just note that Planning and Building Services would not actually be the department that would be setting up the Community Facilities District. So while we could certainly assist with forming the contract for it, the work that happens would not be based out of Planning and Buildings office.
And so what office would that work be based out of?
I think it would be potentially a combination with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and possibly, PBS there to support in some capacity, and then obviously the executive office supporting that as well. So I think it would be a contract with the county overall, but it's going to be a mixture of different departments involved. It's just not PBS would be spearheading it because we're getting into property taxation. So.
Right, that makes sense. Do we have the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector online by chance?
Not that I'm seeing.
Right. I'm just want to be cognizant of if we're asking for this to move forward and in a, quick fashion, want to have input from that department head in terms of a timeline and expectations. And any input as well, since.
If I may, I'll say that I think for initiating at least like a contract piece, I think that's a piece that can be supported. And I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for the executive office, but I think between the executive office and planning and building services, we can support that piece. There is just certainly going to be conversation that needs to occur with our finance teams just to make sure that everything moving forward is going to be done appropriately to county standard and that everyone's fully within the know as we move forward. So
thank you, Director Krog.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Would it be possible for us to invite the auditor, controller, tax collector to come across the hall and talk to us? I want to make sure that everyone is in agreement before we leave today.
She has told me that she listens online and that she's always available, and that's why she's not present in the room. I'm assuming that she's listening to us and heard your request.
So the request is just to confirm that it's possible. I don't want us to say yes and then find out for 6 months from now we're still waiting.
And you're talking specifically about the increase, or the potential increase?
I'm talking about getting the CFD formed and operational to the point that we can see this project built.
Okay. Sending a messenger now. Madam Clerk, do you have a way to get a hold of Ms. Cubison? Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, I do know from a most recent conversation, and Julie and Matt can correct me, but I think it was roughly a week ago or so, we talked about this. She did have some concerns and she did support us moving forward with hiring someone to help the steps of doing this. As it is a taxation, obviously she needs to be engaged, but we also do need to move forward with a consultant to really understand what that means, not only to her office, but to the county as well. So, and it sounds like, there could be some higher level of collaboration with the consultant. If I think it was Mr. Morley said something about the consultant putting his name on the tax bills. So there may be something there that we're missing on that total process, but there she is. Looks like Ms. Cubison's on now.
Ms. Cubison, thank you.
Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. I don't really know what the commitment is yet for our office. I think we need the information from a consultant if that's the board's direction that they want to move forward with the Community Facilities District. There definitely is impact to the county, with regard to setting it up. So, we'll need to know from a consultant exactly what's involved. We haven't created one of these before in Mendocino County, so we will need to know. I can't speak to what the impact is going to be on the department for establishing it. I can obviously just remind you that, we are short-staffed in all departments with regard to property tax, but we will do what we can to provide information and to assist as long as the board has weighed the options and is positive they want to move forward in this direction.
Thank you. And Ms. Kroc, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the developer did say that he would pay for that process. Is that correct?
That's correct. They submitted a letter to us stating that they would be willing to reimburse for the county time and the consultant's time with setting up the Community Facilities District. And typically that would mean that we'll prepare an at-cost reimbursement agreement with the developer and then ensure that county staff time is tracked and then also the consultant time is tracked. And so that expense will be paid by the developer.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
So I think there's a motion and a second. Could we call the question?
Yes.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement just to ensure I do have everything?
Amended, yes.
Do you want to read back what you have?
I currently have direction to hire a consultant that is reimbursable through the applicant and then come back with a shovel-ready plan.
That works for me. Second, you're okay?
Okay. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to R5, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding consideration of the county joining the statewide community infrastructure program. Again, Ms. Krog.
Thank you. Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director. So this item, we specifically had it timed to look at first the Community Facilities District item and then come to look at the SKIP program, because the SKIP program certainly relates to how improvements may be funded and the requirement that those are going to be public improvements. So it was all a bit interrelated. But opting into SKIP funding also provides an opportunity for other developers within our community. So as detailed in the agenda summary for this item, the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, which is a joint powers authority sponsored by the League of California Cities and the California State Association of Counties, they created this statewide community infrastructure program in 2002. And it allows for owners of property in participating cities and counties to finance the development impact fees that would be payable by property owners upon receiving development entitlements or building permits. The program has since been expanded to include financing of public capital improvements directly. Mendocino County, while we are a member of CSCDA, we have not taken the steps to become a participating agency in the statewide community infrastructure program. And with the Statewide Community Infrastructure Program, which I'm going to just call SKIP for short from here on, if a property owner chooses to participate, the selected public capital improvements and development impact fees owed to the county will be financed by the issuance of tax-exempt bonds by CSCDA. CSCDA will impose a special assessment on the owner's property to repay the portion of the bonds issued to finance the fees paid with respect to the property, and with respect to impact fees, the property owner will either pay the impact fees at the time of permit issuance and will be reimbursed from the SKIP bond proceeds when the SKIP bonds are issued, or the fees will be funded directly from the proceeds of the SKIP bonds. In the former case, the county is required to pay the fees over to SKIP, and in the later case, SKIP holds the bond proceeds representing the fees. In both cases, the fees are subject to requisition by the county at any time to make authorized fee expenditures. But by holding and investing the money until it's spent, SKIP is able to monitor the investment earnings, which come to the county for federal tax law arbitrage purposes, and SKIP also encourages the county to spend those amounts before any other fee revenues of the county. If the fees are paid by the property owner and bonds are never issued, the fees are returned to the county by SKIP. In this way, the county is never at risk for the receipt of impact fees. So in the agenda summary, there's some details that come directly from CSCDA on the benefits to the property owner and also the benefits to the county as part of joining the SKIP program. And I'll just note that to be eligible for SKIP financing, improvements must be, one, required as a condition of development approval for the project or otherwise provide special benefit to the project. Two, must not have already been accepted by and transferred to a public agency prior to the bond issuance. And three, must be the kinds of public improvements authorized to be financed under the Municipal Improvement Act of 1913. CSCDA requires an acquisition agreement be entered into between the county and the applicant or developer, providing for the acquisition of the financed improvements. Those financed improvements must be owned by the county or another government entity upon completion. In addition, the financed improvements shall be constructed as if they were constructed under the direction and supervision of the county, which would mean that all construction contracts must call for payment of prevailing wage. One piece here, if the board has any questions on the SKIP program or wants to learn more about this or would like to be able to take the steps to opt into this program, we did have a conversation with a representative of CSCDA. They were unable to be present for today's board meeting. They did state that they would be available for the March 24th board meeting. And if the board was interested in moving forward, county staff could then prepare the necessary public notices and resolutions to bring forward at that agenda, along with a representative of CSCDA being present. So if you chose to opt into this program, you could take that formal action on the 24th. So that concludes my presentation, unless CEO Antle has anything she'd like to add. So thank you.
No, thank you. Good job.
I'm not seeing any questions from the board, so we'll go to the public for comment.
Thank you, Doug Gillen, once again. The SCIP program is an effective means to finance public improvements. The homeowners of Bella Vista, the 166 homeowners, eventual homeowners, will be responsible for financing the public improvements. And that's basically the roundabout. That comes with a price tag of about $1.5 million. So about $8,000 per homeowner is being assessed either in the purchase price, or we can do it with bonds through the state program. The reason we would want to have that tool in our tool basket is bond rates today, taxable bonds today might be in the 4.5% range. A mortgage is just sub 6%. So it would save the homeowners, if we elected to go in that way, it would save the homeowners on that portion $8,000 in that interest rate, less interest rate. They'd be paying in effect 4.5%, and it might even be down from that now, 4.5% versus the mortgage rate. So it's a great financing tool to help keep the cost of home ownership down, and use state bonds and the state's ability to sell tax-free bonds. Does that make any sense?
Thank you.
It's not as critical as getting the CFD in place. We have plenty of time on the SCIP to get that formation. The CFD is more important in terms of moving the project forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I move that we move forward and have it come back as an agenda item when it's ready.
Okay. Finish hearing from the public first. Anybody else in the room? No, Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comments online.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. We do have a motion. Supervisor Klein?
I would ask CEO Antle if she has any concerns with us giving direction to join.
No, I've sat in on the meetings with the state and understand this. And what I really appreciated is that it's a dialogue between us, the states there, and the owner as to what the county is willing to own as part of those process improvements. Because again, the risk and the ownership becomes the county. So I think it's a good model to move forward.
Okay, and I'll second Supervisor Williams' motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to R6, notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending Exhibit X, Mendocino County Master Fee Schedule effective upon our approval unless code or policy require longer, adopting fee modifications for the Department of Transportation. So, Madam Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any received, has been sent to your emails.
Okay, thank you. So it is 11:33. We'll open the public hearing. The public hearing will go as follows. We've already established proper notice. The public hearing has been open. Board and clerk has noted correspondence. We'll have staff presentation, public input, or public comment. And we will have staff present their final remarks. Board of Supervisors presents questions to staff or public. The public hearing is closed, and then the matter will be back in front of the board. So the public hearing has been opened. I'll look to Ms. Pierce.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. So here with me today is Jason Wise from the Department of Transportation. I believe it was April of last year, the board approved 2 fees for the land improvement section, which were calculated at the approved modified cost recovery calculation. And we inadvertently, those should have been actually calculated based on California Vehicle Code. So today we are just asking the board to approve the revised Exhibit X, changing the fees to the state mandated amount. And the two fees were the standard permit and the annual repetitive permit. So if you have any questions, please let us know.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody from the public like to speak on this item? No. Madam Clerk?
Seeing no comment online.
Okay. It doesn't look like we have anything more from staff. And no questions from the board. So at 11:35, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second, and we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, on to R7, discussion and possible action, including direction to county staff to continue the necessary steps to implement recommendations from the FM3 presentation of voter opinion polling and assessment for a 1-cent sales tax for county maintained roads for unincorporated Mendocino County, and approve and authorize expenditures by county support departments to accomplish the same. Mr. Daschle.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, County Council, CEO. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. In the audience today is also the Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments, Nafili Barrett. We will be available for any questions you might have, but I'm hoping Atlas and Lillian can bring Curtis and the FM3 consultant online, and they can share the presentation and give that presentation. There they are. So with that, we'll let our consultant present to you.
All right, thank you very much. Happy to be here to present our results to the board. And I believe my name is Kurt Balo. I'm a partner and COO of FM3 Research. I am going to share my screen. And I think that looks like it's working. If for some reason it is not, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue with the presentation and then hand it back to the board. All right, so a few notes about the survey that we conducted for the county. It was a little bit ago now, it was last fall. It was a survey of likely November 2026 voters, so those who are likely to vote in this upcoming November election based upon their past voting history. We had a little, actually quite a few, over 600 interviews. The way that we did the calculations here, the key numbers here are the margin of sampling error, and that is a 4% for questions asked of the full sample. And any questions that we did some split sampling or asked of half samples would be 5.5%, 6% margin of error. The pretty standard structure and methodology for voter surveys these days, dual mode, with the two modes being telephone and online interviews. And the online participants were invited to take the survey via an email invitation or text invitation. We actually do have one, I think, tracked question in here from way back in 2002. I think the other key things are is that we did this sample just of those in the unincorporated portions of the county. And the last little footnote is that sometimes things won't add up the way you think necessarily, just because of rounding when we're adding up summations. With that, the first part of the presentation is sort of where voters' heads are. What's the lens through which they might be contemplating a potential revenue measure? And that's helpful to know when you're making a decision whether to place something on the ballot or not. This is a pretty standard question that we ask, and it's, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of this person or agency that's active in public life? Throughout the presentation, you will see the question language we use either as an italicized subtitle or italicized footnote. In this case, we've got two flavors of favorable, two flavors of unfavorable, signified by the blue and red bars. The gray bars was some version of I can't really rate. And you'll see here that Caltrans as an organization has very favorable ratings. About 2/3 have a favorable opinion of them. Your own county Department of Transportation is close to a 2-to-1 ratio of favorable to unfavorable, but a few more people, more than a, about 3 in 10 don't really have a strong opinion one way or another. County government and board, there's a little more sort of mixed opinions about there, I will say, around 50% having some sort of misgivings, and about a third is more favorable opinions. And again, this was conducted, October-November timeframe. I did promise you one tracked results, so take the track with a grain of salt since it was so long ago now. But we asked this right direction, wrong track question. It's a little bit of like, are voters feeling pessimistic or optimistic about the future? And it's intentionally kind of broad, and it's just a little thermometer check, or in the vernacular of present day here, a vibes check. And there's some hand wringing going on. So 43% feel like the county's headed in the wrong track, about a quarter right direction, close-ish to a third, or unsure. That's obviously very different from 2002, but lots of things have happened in those intervening years. I will just note that these general sort of uncertainty about the future and general anxiousness that these results suggested in your electorate we're seeing everywhere up and down the state, and actually in other states as well. So a lot of churn going on in the federal, state, and other levels here that are creating some anxiousness. But we did ask questions of, well, what are maybe some of the concerns at the local level? So in the county, this question that we structure here is, hey, these are some problems that other people are saying, might be something to worry about in the county. And then we ask respondents and put them in random order here. Hey, tell us, how serious of a problem do you think this is? Is it an extremely, very, somewhat, or not too serious of a problem? So the dark blue bars are shades of people who are dismissing this. It's not really a problem. Those darker red bars are more intense reactions. Either an extremely or very serious problem. And you'll see here on this, there's a couple slides here. The first one here, above that top dashed line, are the two things where about 2/3 of respondents to the survey said, yes, that's an extremely or very serious problem. And it was homelessness and good paying jobs. So those are two things that were very much top of people's mind when we conducted the survey. In between the two dash bars were items that were hovering around that 50% level of extremely or very serious problem. Waste and inefficiency in local government, and the condition of streets and roads. That is an interesting juxtaposition, because the measure we asked about was about roads and street repairs. So about half of voters feel like that's an extremely very serious problem in the county. You include that somewhat serious problem, it's obviously the vast majority, but a similar number hold kind of intense feelings about government, how government's working. So those are kind of headwind and tailwind when it comes to considering a local revenue measure here about roads. Below that dash line, some other items that were somewhere a little more pertinent to this measure, and some were just comparison points. Like public schools or something, just as a comparison point. Amount you pay in taxes is actually, about a third hold that pretty intensely, but that's not a really high level of concern. And crime. We get to the second slide here. It's 2 slides. You see those blue bars get pretty big. And so a bunch of these items were potentially related to the measure we were contemplating here. So traffic safety, pedestrian safety, not really big concerns. Narrow bridges, public transportation availability, and then not particularly high levels of concern. Traffic congestion, those things are just not really the things that were on people's minds. Were just the road conditions themselves. And to maybe further drive home this point, we asked this question. It's a bit of a sort of proxy question for support for a measure. It is, you can see the language here. Do you feel like there's some sort of need for funding? And so in this case, we asked about roads. Hey, the roads in the county. And what we tend to see is that great and some need tends to correlate more to support for a revenue measure. Now, this statement isn't all that specific about how the money was spent, though it does say roads. It doesn't really get into the details of how the money is generated, but it gives us a sense of, is the need for funding persistent or not. And it looks like it is. Almost 3/4 said there was greater some need. Only 22% were dismissive of that need. So with that, let's get to the revenue measure that we tested last fall. And you'll see here's the hypothetical 75 words. Obviously, this is written with staff input, legal input, finance team's input, put together language here that could conceivably go onto the ballot. It uses part of the 75 words to give a title to make it a little easier for voters to quickly scan and read. Talks about how the money will be spent, dealing with deteriorating roads, resurfacing potholes, dealing with the traffic safety on roads. Talks about the mechanism, which would be a 1 cent sales tax for 20 years, what it generates, and then some accountability provisions like public disclosure and audits, and spending money locally in the county. And you'll see here that support level is at 66% yes. And I'll just give you a little note about that. The way we asked this question is either on the phone or online. If they read the language themselves, we asked the respondent, hey, would you vote yes or no? And then that initial yes or no reaction, we push them. Is that definitely or probably yes? And then if someone's initial reaction was to be a little bit hesitant, we asked them if they're leaning one way or another. And that gives us 3 flavors of yes, 3 flavors of no. You see here, this would be a 2/3 measure. It's a special purpose measure, and it gets to right at that level at 66%. But the caveats here are for a 2/3 measure, you want to see the definitely yes at least at 40%. You're just about there at 39, so that's okay. Obviously, 66% is right at the threshold, and is relying upon that 5% we're only leaning yes. So this is sort of in the hunt for a measure passing here, but right at that threshold. We did ask a couple of follow-up questions right after this. Hey, if you said you'd vote yes, tell us in your own words why. This is only asked of yes voters. Any definitely, probably, even low leaning yes. And then we try to put them in some categories. It's as much art as science. These categories add up to more than 100% because people can give multiple responses. And it was just really about the road improvements, repairs, a lesser extent about the traffic safety here, or like maybe someone saying, I'll vote for it, it doesn't cost that much. It was more just like roads are problems, let's fix them. That was the rationales amongst those people initially voting yes. We did the same on the no side. Hey, you said you'd vote no, any flavor of no, why? And there were pretty much 2 main categories here. Taxes are too high, and I think the government's going to waste the funds. Other things here about dismissing that the roads need to be fixed, or maybe there's already enough money to deal with these issues. Those were not top of mind rationales here. It was more just the taxes and concern about government management of the funds. The next couple elements here we'll unpack how the funds will be spent or could be spent. We presented, and it's several slides here too, but we went through a variety of ways the funds could be spent. And some of these are very specific things the money could be spent on, and some of them are a little bit more downstream benefits of those expenditures. These were presented in random order. You could say that either you think this particular category of expenditure was extremely, very, somewhat, or not too important. And again, we focus on the more intense reactions, those extremely, very important numbers. These slides we summarize those. That's extremely, very important on the right and sorted by it. And you'll see here that on the first slide here, there is a theme. The word, repairing pops up a lot here. So we have permanently resurfacing the potholes was the one that got the most intense. That actually got to 41%, extremely important. But preventing further deterioration was up there pretty high too. Kind of a version of prolonging the life of existing roads. Just kind of different ways of describing those. We talked about moving the county's pavement condition rating from poor to good. That's about 2/3 thought that was extremely, very important. And again, talking about the bridge, talking about resurfacing local streets and roads. There's some distinctions here. If we talk about permanently dealing with potholes and preventing roads from getting worse, those were in the 70s for extremely, very important. We just talk about resurfacing local streets and roads, that's only 59%. So there are some distinctions here about what they see and value. Second slide here, with red bars start to get a little bit bigger, right? And those are the not too important numbers. So if we're talking about pedestrian walkways, sidewalks, any version of sidewalks are kind of further down the list here. Talking about what would really happen, which is applying the durable surface treatments to 300 plus miles of roads. That was further down the list than when we talked about just permanently resurfacing the potholes and the things of that nature. Widening the bridges, widening local roads, or doing anything to address traffic congestion was just well down the list. The last section here about the last slide here about the sort of structure of a measure was more of the accountability provisions, and it's different from what the money is spent on, but it's sort of the manner in which it's spent. And this scale's a little different. It's, would you be more or less likely to support a measure if it included this provision? These were presented in random order. Blue bars are shades of more likely, red less likely. Everything here is popular, obviously. So we look for the intensity differences, and two of them, 2/3 said they would make them much more likely to support a measure if it included that component. And it was making sure the funds are spent locally and for no other purpose, and disclosing how the money is spent. You'll notice that below that dash line are also, popular accountability provisions, but they don't pack the same intensity. Audits, citizen oversight, yeah, people like those that are more into the disclosure and making sure the funds are spent locally. The two asterisks there, one about money being spent locally, the other one's being the local control of the funds. There's a big difference there. Now, if you remember back to those favorability questions, there were some, a little less favorable numbers about county government broadly speaking. So you could see how voters want the assurance the money is spent locally, and maybe it's a little less reassuring to know that they're being locally controlled if they have any sort of misgivings there. So over the course of the survey, and try to keep this concise, can't mirror what, mimic exactly what an election context will be. If you vote to put something on the ballot, a community campaign may emerge. There'll be pro and con ballot statements potentially. People will talk about it. What we try to do, here are some reasons to vote yes, here's some reasons to vote no. How does that impact support in opposition here? And you'll see here the initial vote with that 66% we talked about. After going through some rationales to vote yes, support moved up a few points in both aggregate and intensity, but that's not huge movement. And then we came back and said this is a bad idea. Mostly, I'll just tell you that was mostly like taxes are too high, the money's going to be wasted. Gas tax should be paying for those sort of things. Support did go down. The floor did not fall out. So it's kind of in the 60s range is where the support and opposition was, even after going through pro and con arguments. I'll just real quickly touch on a couple of the more details about the arguments in favor of the measure, and you'll see how some of them are distinct and some of them align with the spending provisions. 2 slides here. This is the text that we used. The bolded cap text was just our own internal shorthand. That was not what was shared with any respondents. The matching funds and making sure the money, stays here and we bring more into the county. That was pretty popular. 43% thought that was a very convincing reason to support the measure. The accountability provisions here, kind of lumped all those together, but really emphasized that money cannot be taken by the state, has to be spent here locally, was popular. Also, on this sort of first couple slides here, we talked about, hey, all the other cities have something. We need something in the unincorporated part of the county. Talking about the road ratings, essentially using the more common language for the PCI ratings here. We went through that. We talked about the deferred maintenance and kind of quantify that. Talked about, hey, everyone's had a bad pothole or had to swerve to miss them. Talked about just generally the repairs that need to be made. Talked about the impacts of road quality on emergency responders. Talked about the fact that there's just insufficient funds to actually do the regular maintenance that's needed for roads. And we talked about, eventually, there's going to be, budget cuts and some of the implications there. Sort of my last slide with data on it is that for all these arguments in favor of a measure, we presented them in random order. Some of them were split sampled, so not everyone heard all of these. But we asked, hey, how convincing of a reason is this to support the measure? And what we have here is very somewhat convincing. They could have said not convincing or don't believe, but you see here that almost everyone said at least very somewhat convincing. So we just showed those to keep the slide a little more simple. Both that matching funds and the accountability provisions were at the top of the list. You'll see, like, we talk about maintenance. Hey, we don't have enough money to maintain it. Didn't really do as strongly as when we maybe were a little more specific about the actual needs, and sort of fleshed them out a little bit here about the miles of roads and the lungs of poor quality versus what have you. Those resonate a little more strongly too. There's also clearly a vein of, like, we want money to stay here, and unincorporated parts of the county don't have anything like this. Sort of like taking care of things in the unincorporated portions of the county resonated strongly. So quickly on a couple of conclusion slides here. Transportation agencies are viewed pretty favorably here, and a little more so than county government broadly. There is definitely anxiety about where things are headed at the county. I'm assuming if we asked that at the state or federal level, you would get similar or higher levels of anxiety there too. Top things, just to make sure that we're, understand the alignment of a measure like this with other items. Homelessness and lack of good paying jobs are really the top things that voters are concerned about. But in that second tier were road conditions there. Also concerns about government, how government's functioning. But you'll see that things around congestion and road safety, public transit, throw air pollution in there, much further down the list. All that stuff aside, though, there are still a pretty high level perceived need for funding for roads in the county. And so what does all this sort of mean for viability for a measure? There's solid majority support for a measure. Obviously, for a dedicated 1 cent sales tax, and we gotta get to that 2/3 level here. That 2/3 level went up a little bit above it, went down a little bit from the starting point. So kind of hovering around that 2/3 range, but still really solid, consistent majority support. The biggest rationales for voting yes here are, like, let's make the repairs and make sure those repairs persist out into the future there, and make sure that all the money that is generated from this is spent locally, and that we have an ability as a voter to see how those funds are being spent. Talking about the traffic flow, even safety, less important for voters. And so that gets me the end of my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, sir. We have a few questions for you, Supervisor Williams.
I was going to move the recommended action.
Okay.
My district wants better roads.
Supervisor Hashjack.
I might get to that point, but I have some questions before. Okay. One is the supportive arguments, and that would require some outreach and funds to get that word out to people. So are there ideas about who might rally around this and provide some funding, or is that part of your survey at all?
No, this was not done to what we do is we just take the opinions of voters and we present stuff in front of them. This is not what we don't do is, engage different community stakeholders and ask their willingness to participate in a community-based campaign. So I don't know if there was other individuals here that could speak to that.
Okay, and with the priorities and all of those things that you mentioned, about what people really want, that we'd have to craft the ballot language. Who does that crafting of the ballot language?
County staff does that, and ultimately you as a board of supervisors need to vote on that, and we are here to help support and offer our suggestions in that process.
Okay, so yeah, we could rely on you to kind of fine tune it to the ballot language to incorporate those points that you think are most important and that what we're seeing, right?
Yep.
Okay, when was the survey done?
Last fall, last late October, early November, I believe.
Yeah. My concern is that the state of the county, the state of the country has changed a lot in the last 6 months, maybe the last 6 days. And, the college is also bringing forth a bond on the June ballot. So do you think that that would have any impact on the results?
My thought is that the former more than the latter might. The existence of a bond, it's a different funding mechanism. It'll be on a different election. And voters will move on to something else after June. There'll be plenty of things to occupy their thoughts. I think the bigger, economic and issues that are facing the country would probably have more of a bearing than a June ballot measure in the county. But that's obviously, as you noted, an unpredictable factor.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And overall, I think that this has been an issue that the board's looked at for quite a few years, and MCOG's looked at it quite a few times, and we finally got the research done. This is kind of the time to do something, and I think that we should, take it to the voters and have them decide what they want to do with it. So I would second your motion.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I have a question for probably the DOT director. In the letter to the board and the agenda summary, it states a couple of things. One is that as a self-help county, we could get up to I couldn't determine if it was $5.5 million from the unincorporated tax plus maybe $500,000 by being a self-help county that got us to $6 million, or if there were additional revenues that we could potentially receive by becoming a self-help county. And then I have another question.
Sure. So that's a guess on my part. I will say that as I did my worksheet to kind of come up with how many years, because I'm really gearing this plan to addressing the roads that aren't in the RMRA plan, or as it's called, the 20-year plan. And I really am figuring more like 5 to 5.5. I think that other $500,000 is competitive for self-help, and it may or may not come to happen. But there's a potential for it.
Thank you. And so my next question was about the 20-year plan. So throughout that plan, the average length of miles of road per season or per year is anywhere between 4 and 12, but you're estimating that you could do almost 20 with essentially the same amount of money. So I was wondering how you came up with the formula or how much work could be done.
Right. So the 20-year plan addresses the major collectors and connectors, which tend to be wider and, take more. Now, I will say the 7 years we're into, we've spent approximately $30 million of RMRA and done a little over 100 miles. So, even projecting that forward over the 330, I think we've got that aren't in the plan. I've come up with 18 to 20 years. But again, some of those are very narrow too, because they're the little side roads and things. It's a guess at this point. But I mean, I've hit pretty well with the first 7 years of the 20-year plan.
Okay.
Pretty much delivered the number of miles I said I would.
And I think my next question was for the executive officer, probably county council, and that was around, the board's conversation, and there's already been a motion, but could be around whether this is placed on the ballot as a general tax with a majority vote or as a specific tax. And I don't know if the two makers of the motion want to let the rest of the board know what their opinion is on what they'd like to see on the ballot, because that's likely going to change my opinion about moving forward with this. Again, to the note that this board and the county as a whole need to do some self-reflecting. I mean, those polling results are not spectacular, and it's my understanding from having done a ballot measure in the past related to streets is that the agency cannot do any kind of campaigning on behalf of the ballot measure. So simply by putting this and asking the voters, I understand this board would be saying to the voters, do you want us to do this or not? But as to which community group, organization, or specific individuals that's going to be out there cheerleading this campaign, I'm unclear as to who might that be.
Supervisor Williams.
It's my thought that the county can't be campaigning or involved in the organizing of the campaigning, and so I think whatever happens, happens. As far as general with advisory or special, my motion was for treating this as a special tax.
Supervisor Klein.
I'm curious to hear from my colleagues what kind of outreach they've done to their constituents, because I've spoken with my constituents to see where they're landing on this. But I'm not sure about the other districts, what the reaction is, and I've been bringing this up at my constituent meetings for probably 6+ months, and more so recently, so would like to hear from my colleagues where their constituents are landing.
Yeah, most of the concern I'm hearing is we already pay a road tax, you already don't spend the money correctly. I give the county maybe a year and then they're going to reallocate this somewhere else. And then talking about the specific tax seems to ease a lot of that concern.
I think that I agree with what Chair said, is that we need to make it a specific tax because people have that concern that the money won't be spent properly. And according to these results, if the money is dedicated to roads, then people are more favorable.
Okay. We will open this up for public comment. Nobody in the room? Madam Clerk?
Seeing one online, Dave Speck.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Dave Spock from Olalla. The survey appears to miss a few salient questions, such as, will the new tax revenue align road maintenance and repair with realistic wear and tear and life cycle? How will new tax revenue resolve historic geographic disparities in road maintenance and repair? And how are voters to be assured their added taxes will improve roads where they live and work? These questions are top of mind to voters in rural areas that are distant from the county seat, where comparatively low network density limits or precludes alternative trip routes. In places where there is only one road between origins and destinations, all vehicle traffic is combined on the same infrastructure all the time. This focused traffic accelerates wear and tear. It shortens the life cycle durations far below industry schedule standards that are used in the RMRA CIP. Allocating additional sales tax revenue to treat low volume minor roads instead of aligning the 20-year maintenance plan schedule with actual road deterioration fails to improve the situation for voters for whom there are no low volume road route options. This survey obscured the DOT and MCOG strategy of adding low volume minor roads to the CIP rather than advancing competent maintenance of life cycle routes. This strategy may be an effective means for expanding the CIP inventory, yet it does not align new tax revenue with the realities of lifeline dependence and accelerated wear and tear. If you really want taxpayers throughout the county to support this measure, then please consider a more thoughtful, realistic, and equitable allocation of revenues contributed by those taxpayers. Thank you very much for taking my comment.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. We do have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, could you read again the motion?
It was the recommended motion the recommended action by Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you read the motion?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Direct county staff to continue the necessary steps to implement recommendations from the FM3 presentation of voter opinion polling and assessment for 1 cent sales tax for county maintained roads for unincorporated Mendocino County. Approve the authorized expenditures by county support departments to accomplish the same countywide.
And I think, and the maker of the motion can agree or disagree, but I think we need to include in that motion that it's a specific tax, not a general.
I thought that was inherent, but I'm happy to also state it.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern, question?
Yeah, my question was, what would be the next steps and the timeline? I'm not sure that I want to support this. I have a lot of concerns about the public opinion, about the agency's ability to properly manage these funds. I have a lot of concerns about the people that were never on the 20-year road plan, but will not receive any kind of treatments until 18 years from now. So I still have a lot of concerns about moving this forward. I understand why we want to continue to have the conversation and why some supervisors might want to put it on the ballot. So my question is, what do the next steps look like?
Transportation. If this went on the ballot, if it passed this fall, assuming that revenues started to be collected and this sales tax fund came up, the plan would be to move forward concurrently with the existing RMRA plan and then dovetail in the new revenues. I guess at that point, it would be the board's decision whether they want to finish the 20-year plan faster by doubling it, or we could start on minor roads. In fact, that was kind of what I envisioned with these funds concurrent. So you wouldn't wait 18 years. You would actually have the two plans overlapping for the final, say, 10 years of the 20-year plan and then this plan moving forward. That was my intent. Unless the board changed that. We could finish a 20-year plan twice as fast with double the money, whatever.
For clarification for my statement,
right.
Redwood Valley, for instance, it doesn't, the plan's coming up, I think, a year or two away for the 20-year plan.
Right.
It does not include all of the roads.
Correct.
In Redwood Valley.
Correct.
So potentially, depending on what you bring forward, you may still not be able to do the rest of the roads in Redwood Valley.
Correct.
And those people may or may not be included in the next round of the 18 years?
And Redwood Valley is a good example, if this money came online, the 2 years that it would come online are inland in the Redwood Valley, Potter Valley area. I actually think I could pick up the minor roads. In fact, my internal, worksheet that I've been trying to do numbers with would indicate that. If it took longer, I have always tried to do these projects in the same geographical area because it's more efficient, mobilization wise to do that. So it's conceivable they would come up earlier, but it would eventually cycle back the new plan to an inland area and it would get picked up. That the goal was to do the roads that aren't in the 20-year plan with another source of revenue. And I'll come back as this is stated in my 20-year plan, which is in the public record, which is posted at the website, that what we found is as even these first 7 years have improved 100 miles of road, the crews aren't constantly patching that 100 miles. So they actually have more time and resources to work on the minor roads. So there's always been a plan to address the roads that aren't in the 20-year plan, just by extension, fixing the other roads well, doing a good job repairing them so that they don't require the constant maintenance does help the minor roads.
Supervisor Haschak.
My question is along the lines of Supervisor Mulhern about the next steps. So if we approve this, then what are the next steps, and are we committing to putting it on the ballot at this point, or are there will we see and have another vote on this as it progresses?
Again, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. I've never done a tax measure, but the cities have, and I did have a little sidebar with MCOG, and while I don't know, and I looked to county council as to whether we could hire FM3 to help craft these things, I certainly think technically I could write the expenditure plan. Technically, I could craft the agenda item just looking at examples. Your county council, I understand, has some experience with sales tax. She may want to, weigh in, but, it's possible if we can't hire someone to help us do it, we could put together something. I mean, I would work really hard on that and try to get it back to you to look at, but I don't want to commit county council because obviously there's this problem of not being able to use county resources, and I just want to know at what point can I use my resources to address technical issues here and put together expenditure plans, which has been my understanding the cities have all done with city staff, versus actually campaign for the measure. Where's the line? And I would do as much as I legally could, internally.
Right. And probably we're looking at August as the deadline for putting something on November ballot. So we would have time to kind of look at this again and see what your findings are and all of that. That's kind of how I see it. As far as the education and the pro ballot initiative ideas, that we certainly have to have an education component, or someone is going to have to educate the public about what this really means, because certainly we have questions on the board, and the public's going to have some kind of way of getting that information.
In Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation, and I need county council to tell me what I can do, but I've got at least 2 media outlets that have offered to help me, and I do talk to the media just in general. I think it's legal for me to do that. I know I can't get on there and campaign for this, but I think I could answer technical questions.
You can provide the facts about the initiative.
Again,
Right.
Looking to smarter people than me, which is probably everybody up here and back.
Okay. And just the other thing I'm concerned about is at this point in time, I'm worried about gas prices, people's reaction to that, and the whole state of the country. So that's kind of a worrisome thing for people to be voting on a tax measure.
Supervisor Klein?
From my perspective, something that's missing from this conversation about our roads is how the state is essentially shortchanging us. All this funding is being collected by the state through the gas tax, and we're not receiving our fair share. So the county's getting blamed for not keeping up with road maintenance, being derelict in that duty, and we're not talking about the broader conversation of how there's declining revenues through the gas tax, plus the formula is set up to shortchange us as a rural community. We're not taken seriously enough in that equation. And it's not a good thing. There's no hope on the horizon for changing that. So I just think we need to be honest about why we're in this situation, and we haven't been proactive in, any attempts to change that, and there's probably not an opportunity to change that. But my response to a lot of my constituents is we're set up to fail in this regard.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I agree with all of that, but talking about it doesn't reduce the potholes. I see putting this before voters as a way to ask collectively, do we want to buy better roads? And if the answer is no, we live with what we have, right? But so far, this board hasn't asked, when was the last time we asked the public, do you want to buy better roads? Long time? Never? Never.
Again, Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. I just got a stick up for, 2008 through 2016, when, the SB 16, SB 1, the whole 10-year effort towards even getting the RMRA program was going on. The formulas came up, Supervisor. Sure, the rural counties would like to change those, but guess where the votes are? They're with the urban, suburban counties. And in the end, that was negotiated to keeping the Prop 42 formulas. And it was also it identified, and I'll never forget when I came back to the board and I said, guess what? Mendocino County, which has been between 0 and 5 from the bottom of the 58 counties, there's not enough money in the new gas tax to treat all our roads. But if you got to remember around the state, because this was negotiated as a statewide thing, The counties on the upper half got plenty of additional money to keep their roads in good shape. So there was just no way we were going to get a high enough gas increase to help ourselves enough to get all the way there. And that's when I started on this innovative thing of, well, I'll stretch the money and I'll go from 40 to 60, 70 if I can, and not even try to get 80 to 100, standard roads. And a lot of those other counties that got the RMRA are bringing their PCIs up into the 80s and 90s. And I'm not even trying to do that. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but we did try, and it was looked at and it was talked about.
So if we don't support this, the roads will not get better. There's no other hope, right? This federal government, state government is not planning to show up with a pot of money for us to improve our county roads. This is our only opportunity. And the public may say no thanks, and I understand that. It is a bad time to be asking. People are looking at inflation and a lot of other concerns. But I still think it's appropriate to ask, because the alternative is there's no hope. The only answer is the roads will deteriorate.
Getting Howard to Shield. If we increase the sales tax, you remember the gas tax you pay at the pump you don't pay sales tax on that. The gas tax comes out at the refinery. So this 1 cent won't increase, price of gas. It'll just be everything else you buy in the unincorporated area, but not gas, because gas does not get normal sales tax.
Supervisor Klein?
It's easy to say that the state's formula, doesn't matter, but it does matter because people are paying at the pump. And I appreciate that context, Director DeShiel, about, how this sales tax specifically applies. But for my constituents, who I will say the 1st District has the worst roads in the county of Mendocino, and I would happily debate that all day, every day. There has not been any track record of improving their roads. So for them, they're not invested and bought into an idea of like this. Maybe in 5 years from now, when, finally some of the maintenance work has gotten around to parts of the 1st District, then maybe there will be some buy-in, but I'm very concerned about how I can say to my constituents that I even voted to get this on to the ballot in front of them. I understand the perspective. We're putting it in front of them and it's their decision, but there's no buy-in from them at this point in time that the county's going to take care of their roads. And that's sad.
Supervisor Williams?
So if not the county, who do they think will take care of their roads? Yeah, I'm serious.
What do you mean by that question?
Well, if
they think we're collecting tax money from them 100 million ways, and people are getting taxed fees more and more, 100 different ways every year. So just because it doesn't mean that there's money specifically going to the county for roads, the public already believes that the county is collecting enough to do road maintenance.
Well, I don't
That's
necessarily
the perspective.
I don't necessarily disagree with their perspective.
I don't either.
But practically, without a tax for roads, I don't see how this county will fund road repairs. I mean, I tried to push $1 million last year at our Willits meeting.
Co-sponsored that item.
I know, and look where it got us, and that was just $1 million. So the amount we need relative to what we can pocket change, we can scrounge up, cutting here and cutting there, I think this is the only hope. And I'm bringing it up now because I think all 5 of us would have to explain it to our constituents that this is the path to roads. And all of the other arguments are true. People are paying a lot of tax and they're not getting their value. I agree. I'm with them on that. But just talking about it doesn't improve the road conditions. This is the only act that would improve road conditions.
So Supervisor Williams, are you going to dedicate a portion of your time to campaigning on this and doing that public outreach and education? Because you seem very committed to it. And that's my concern, is that this is not set up to be successful. So we're going to go out and make this bid and ask the public to consider it. And if no one is there to champion it, to do the education, the awareness, then it's just going to fail, and then it's going to be a knock against us for when we try again in the future.
So what do you recommend?
I asked you a question, if you're interested in championing this.
Well, I want to assign Supervisor Dirty. I'm certainly not, as part of the county, going to be campaigning. what do you think the alternative is? Is there a better point in time to put this before voters? Is the concern the timing? Or is it the concern that we do it at all?
I think both are a concern from my perspective. The timing and if at all.
Okay. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, we've had some anecdotal reports about what people think, but really, MCOG spent a lot of money doing this survey. And so, even though it's about 6 months old at this point, we do have the results of the survey, and the results show that people are very concerned about roads. That 2/3 of them, if it's for, repairing potholes and repairing the roads, that they would support this measure. And so it kind of like, okay, are we going to let this survey just kind of flounder and not do anything, or are we going to give it to the people to vote on something that they've expressed a real need for? This is a county need where people say the roads are in poor condition. We've heard it many times at the podium, and I think that this is the time to allow them to vote on it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any questions on the motion? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I think County Council has their pin up, but I just had a question about and I think maybe Director DeShiel was getting to this, but when the ballot measure language comes forward for the board to approval, will there be a plan attached to it?
How much we can do legally for a campaign plan, I don't know. And Nafili has something to say about possible tracking. So.
Nafili Barrett, Mendocino Council of Governments. So something I just wanted to share with all of you that could help with some of your concerns is that we've actually just extended our contract with FM3 so that we do have the capability of doing some additional tracking poll if the supervisors are interested in moving forward with this to get a more current picture of voter sentiment. I also, while I'm up here, I want to add one more thing that hasn't really come up in the conversation. We've talked a lot about the formulas through which the funds are distributed and the viewpoint on whether or not that's enough, and I think those are all valid concerns. The other part of it that hasn't been mentioned is the way in which the funds are being collected at the state. What the revenues are dependent on is changing because of fuel efficiency. So a lot of the funds that come to us for transportation through the RMRA are really dependent on fuel sales, and while it's a good thing that cars are becoming more fuel efficient, but it really changes the amount of revenues that are collected. And so the funds that, the projections of SB1 funding when it was first passed in 2016-17, those have changed a lot. So that's just another thing to keep in mind, that the funding that we have historically relied on to fund these types of improvements is changing. It is declining. That's a separate issue, but it is something that affects local funding for road improvements. So that's it.
Thank you. County Council?
Fortunately, been through 2 tax measures, one successful and one not. Measure B, of course, is one of our successful special taxes. So I just wanted to try and answer some of the questions that were asked. So the timing on this is, you're right, it would be by August, usually early August. Our last board meeting is, before that would be July 21st, so just to give you sort of a timeline. The county itself cannot expend any resources on promoting the tax. Each of you individually have a right to express your own opinion, but as long as you're not using any county resources. The county is able to provide information on the actual tax measure in terms of laying that out and having details, as long as we continue to make sure that we show that we're not doing that to sell it, but to actually inform the public, because they do have a right to know. On a special tax, in answer to Supervisor Klein's concern, it would have to be used specifically for that purpose. And so often what persons, cities, counties will do is also have a advisory committee to just at least to oversee, maybe not to suggest, but to oversee. So that would be part of the discussion. The other, in terms of costs, is the costs of putting this all together. Normally, you would bring in also a ballot measure expert to see what's the best language to put on there and also what's the most defensible. Unfortunately, I've also had to defend the ballot measures in court, so there's that cost. Have won, but had to go through that. Also, the FPPC is becoming more stringent in terms of overseeing counties and cities in terms of using their resources, so just to be aware. The other cost you would need to be aware of is the cost to put a measure on the ballot, so that could be given to you by the Register of Voters of what that costs. So there's certain costs that will be involved in this. A lot of those can be recouped if the ballot measure were to pass. So for example, the monies that you use to put it on the ballot, which are not a high dollar cost, can be recouped ultimately. And then in terms of a sales tax, that all goes through the BOE. So there's a process on that. I was trying to remember, there's very specific language that's involved in that. And then their timeline in terms of when they start collecting. None of this starts till next year, but I don't think they start collecting until like April. But I have all the details somewhere in my file, and I can look those up. But that just gives you sort of a general idea. So again, the best way to have something like this pass is if you have also a citizens group out there formed for the specific purpose of, putting up signs, etc. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak.
So what I'm hearing is that Mr. DeShiel could come up with a plan that would kind of lay out how the funds will be spent, right? And that's part of the county's preparation of this, without advocating.
Right, that's correct. I mean, if you're having a special tax, you do need to know exactly what that money is going to be spent on.
So if we approve this motion right now, what we're doing is just continuing this conversation and allowing the department to do that kind of work. And it will probably be brought back in July for final approval of whether to go to ballot or not.
And there's different stages in terms of putting something on the ballot. So at this stage, there is no ballot measure. So the constrictions in terms of using any county resources are not when you're trying to decide what you're putting on, but once you decide to move forward, your restrictions become much more specific.
Okay, but we are authorizing the department to use resources to figure out this plan.
Yes, that's what it appears. So.
Okay. Again, we have a first and a second. Anybody need the motion restated? No? All right, we'll vote by the button.
Chair, could I ask a question on clarification?
Please.
So during this period until the board votes on it, whether that's June or July, resources can be used and the board can talk about it. So the board can be out there educating folks and doing that kind of thing, seeing if there's an agency that may want to support this, or union or whoever. That's right. Am I correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The motion carries with Supervisor Klein dissenting.
Thank you. All right, R8, we have no chief executive. No, okay. We have nothing under legislative platform. Bring us to R10, supervisor reports. And anyone like to go first? Supervisor Mulhern.
I can. On Thursday, the 12th, there is a homeless strategic plan update at the Behavioral Health Training Center. This is an opportunity for service providers and people that receive services. There's a whole list. We've all received a flyer about it. There's an opportunity to provide feedback on the homeless strategic plan and next steps. So I wanted to highlight that for the board. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board and Measure B both met last week at the training center in Redwood Valley. And while you can read those agendas online, I think it's important to highlight the lack of communication with the public. That is an ongoing concern, especially as it relates to how the funding is being spent. Although both of those agendas online have very transparent information, full budgets, and how the money is spent, there's still a lot of concerns in the community that, for instance, Measure B, that those facilities have not been created. However, the PUF should be open, early summer. So I think there's just work, and it was mentioned during the last item that individual board members can communicate all of this information out. And I've been on this board for 6 years now and have been trying to get a consolidated information that's coming directly from the county as a source. And I think that's not happening. So individual board members are sharing information out, and I think that's really critical, especially as it relates to how funding is being spent and managed. The Russian River Watershed Association also had a meeting, and of course, we have studio video contest coming up. More placement menus for education are being sent out into our community, and I think, we had a presentation by the Water Board. They talked about some of the upcoming initiatives, and one that is to concern of Mendocino County residents is that in an attempt for the Water Board to level the playing field of the regulations that have gone into the municipalities and the vineyards and the cannabis industry, they are looking at the possibility of adding regulations to people that own properties with dirt roads. And if you own a property with a dirt road that doesn't have a commercial development or economic development, that cost could be substantial for you. So this is, several years and many public workshops in the future. But I really want to highlight that for my colleagues and for the community as something that we need to be watching and paying attention to, especially in areas apparently outside of my district, obviously. I also attended the State of the Community at the Greater Ukiah Business and Tourism Alliance. Just had multiple speakers about the economy and what's coming next. I wanted to thank Supervisor Hashek for representing the board and talking about some opportunities for economic development. I also attended with Supervisor Klein a golden shovel meeting, or I'm not sure exactly, at Lake Mendocino. So Lake Mendocino's former Chicaka campground will become a destination park. It has, they've removed the asphalt. They're creating a walking path. It will have a meditation deck, a new natural playground, and also an area for food trucks. So this is an opportunity to really utilize Lake Mendocino as economic development inland. And I know from the report that was done in 2017 that we lose about $16 million a year in sales tax revenue by not having a fully utilized Lake Mendocino. And of course, the Army Corps' main role and function is military, and fun is not their objective. And I think that's where we all come in. Cayenne Campground also opened to reservations. They hope to open Boucher as soon as the water is low enough. That was previously not opened because of storm damage, but that's been cleared. So I think, Lake Mendocino is a resource and an opportunity for economic development that we should all be talking about. Also, in regards to economic development, Phase 4 of the Great Redwood Trail is going to be holding a grand opening April 26th at 10 a.m., likely to include tabling of partners, a little 5K fun run for families, and give people an opportunity to use the new portion of the trail that extends from Commerce to Plant Road. Supervisor Klein and I attended the high utilizers meeting of the Ore Creek Commons with agency partners about what to do about residents that are having an impact on county services. I also attended a meeting on Saturday by EPIC regarding AB 2494 in the Jackson State Demonstration Forest. That was an interesting tour and conversation with people that were both in favor and against that assembly bill. So that is an important topic for our board to pay attention to and engage in.
Okay, I'll go next. Last week I attended the weekly GRI meeting. The annexation ad hoc had a meeting with the city of Ukiah to discuss the carousel project. I believe the ad hoc should be bringing with staff something forward to the full board soon. I was invited to and attended the public health staff meeting in Ukiah, where I got to introduce myself as chair, answer questions from staff. Friday, I attended an event to celebrate the work in the county of Dan Platt. Dan has been a lifelong commercial fisherman and advocate for the industry. He just recently resigned from the Harbor Commission. He's been on multiple other commercial fishing agencies, boards, and panels, including the board's here's rep on the GAP. Last Saturday, I attended the Northern Circle Indian Housing Alliance meeting in Orville, where they discussed all of their housing projects that have been completed and their plans for the future. I met recently with a group of stakeholders over on the coast to discuss some of the issues they're still having with the county and permitting processes. And then again, lastly, the McCavan House is collecting needles. If you find needles, please call McCavan House 707-462-1932, or you can call Joe Ditto directly 707-727-0402. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I went up to Willits this morning for the kind of the opening, or it's not the opening, but kind of the start of this process for this career and technical education. 2 buildings up there, 18,000 square feet. They just got the funding secured, $4 million from the state, $4 million from the feds, and then also some other funding from Prop 2 and other sources. So it's about $16 million overall, and they're going to provide career and technical education as far as a fire academy, some emergency medical services, a lab, construction trades. And so it's very exciting, and I think it will benefit all of Mendocino County, but certainly, the Willits and the North County area. And since it will be a hub of opportunity for people. I'm really excited about that. There was a lot of good energy. Congressman Huffman was there, our state Senator McGuire, who really pushed this thing through, was there, and so a lot of good work in the college too. Great work on all of their parts. Last time when we were talking about the mid-year budget, we talked about $500,000 for water, and I had asked for a water plan, so I was wondering if that water plan is available at this point.
It's not available today. We'll work for something the 24th.
It will come back on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we also talked about written action plans for, the state audit and some of the other departments. I don't know if that was discussed this morning. It was. Oh.
I don't know if it's appropriate that I do, but.
Okay. Yes, if I may, through the chair, what was shared this morning is we have reached out, my office has reached out to the state, and the information from auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the report from the assessor, clerk, recorder are at the state level. They are under review, and when they become public, we will be able to access them. and we can bring them back. The executive office timetable was presented to you prior. Nothing has changed there as we're moving forward. And as far as the sheriff and the DA, they were not required to submit an action plan or anything back. If they did, we will be able to see that when the other items become public.
Okay, so at this point, we're going to wait until we get, the state publishes those action plans. And I guess for the board, we needed, well, we can, Supervisor Williams and I had worked on this, an agenda item to bring that forward to ask for these written action plans. So I guess the question for our board is whether we wait until the state publishes theirs and hope that that is what we want, or do we go ahead and bring this agenda item forward next meeting?
Supervisor Klein?
Well, I just had my pen up for my supervisor's report, but I'm curious if you're suggesting, Supervisor Hashak, that we ask something of these elected officials who've already submitted their reports. I'm confused by what you're asking the board to do.
Well, at the last meeting where you weren't in attendance, that we talked about, having them come back with written action plans.
That's not my question. Are you asking these elected officials to bring it forward?
Yes, that will be the agenda item. Because we had asked that at the first time, the first meeting we had the discussion about the state audit, and we had an agreement that they would bring back written action plans, and then at the last one we heard that it wasn't coming back, it was going to the state.
I'm just not sure what asking that question of the board is going to do, because the question's for those elected officials.
I do have a quick question, though, in regards to what Supervisor has checked. Can these department heads bring them forward publicly before the state makes them public?
Yeah, I mean, I believe you asked for them last meeting, and there wasn't a confirmation that they would bring them forward first. They were submitting them to the state, is what I heard the responses to be.
Okay, thank you.
And so the agenda item would be basically stating again that the board wants these written action plans so that we can come up with a plan to make sure that the county isn't coming into compliance with the state audit. Otherwise, state spent $800,000, and a lot of gaps are still left with the findings.
CEO, do you know if the state's going to judge these responses or if they're going to give a response?
My understanding is that they would only provide additional comments to the responses if for some reason there was misinformation in what we reported or whatever. They would try to correct their statement, but I don't think they, quote, judge them. I do want you to know that we do have Ben Rosenfeld on contract, and he is working not only with my office but also the electeds on some of these items that were brought forward by the state audit.
So I'm comfortable, to answer your question, I'm comfortable waiting until the state produces their response before we bring it in front of the board.
I have more, but Supervisor Williams has a comment.
It sounds to me like someone needs to audit our county's ability to respond to an audit.
Okay.
No.
Supervisor Hashcheck?
Yeah, I guess, if we don't have a board that wants us to bring back this agenda item to kind
Through
of
the
push.
chair.
Yes.
We've gone way off topic.
I
These
agree.
are
Yeah.
individual board reports.
Thank you.
This is not an appropriate time to have this conversation, so.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. There's also the Great Redwood Trail meeting on March 19th to talk about or to adopt the master plan. So if anyone has comments, March 19th, it might start at 10 o'clock at the Ukiah Chambers, City Hall Chambers. And then I did attend that State of the Community. It was a very successful event. There were people from Senator Padilla's office, Senator Schiff's office, and from the business, real estate, all sorts of entities throughout the county, and very well done. Katrina Kesson put it on. And then the next day, there was an education to employment workshop at the Ukiah Convention Center, also well done. Sonoma Clean Power, we're working on the integrated resource plan, which is the process to evaluate long-term strategic decisions with consideration of financial, environmental, and regulatory impacts. Sonoma Clean Power is building a portfolio that supports the state's decarbonization and reliability requirements. It is critical that Sonoma Clean Power submits an IRP filing that is representative of the resource mix that's needed to meet the priorities for procurement. So whether you're getting it from wind or geothermal or hydro, you got to have a plan that goes into the future. And then I also met with Coloma Geophysical Surveying and their project about looking for liquid nitrogen up in the hills to the southeast, and they're putting these noise monitoring sensors right on top of the ground, and they can listen to what's happening in the earth 15,000 feet down. They'll be doing that until mid-March, and then access surveying from May through June. So it's a very interesting project, and we'll see what it brings forth for Mendocino County.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein?
All right. I missed my board report at the last meeting because I was at NACO, so I've got a few things to talk about. So happening with RCRC, I've had 2 executive committee meetings in Sacramento since my last report. We've also had interviews with gubernatorial candidates, and so I had the opportunity to set in on the interview with Bianco and Becerra. And those are just to emphasize the rural perspective and rural needs. I really enjoyed those conversations, was pleasantly surprised with some of them. RCRC's ad hoc committee around Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, SIGMA, met, and I'm advocating for removing some of the requirements for some of the medium priority basins like ours. The Ukiah Valley Basin is a medium priority and doesn't quite need to keep up with the level of reporting that the state is requiring at this time. At NACO, it was a very successful use of time. I was focused on the committees that are touching on environment, agriculture, natural resources, water policy, so participated in those, as well as federal lands. I'm having conversations kind of in conjunction with some of the sheriff's conversations around federal tax sharing and the partnership that exists between the federal government and local entities, making sure that the resources are provided for federal lands. While there, I took the opportunity to talk quite a bit about the Potter Valley project with an emphasis on the need for raising Coyote Dam, ensuring that our federal legislative partners are aware and hopefully positioned to assist us. Our neighbor Humboldt County generously allowed me to sit in on some of their meetings with their federal lobbyist and then our representative in Congress. And it was a good way to see how they operate and how they get things done. They've been very successful in going after federal funding for certain projects, so they come with their lists slated and make that pitch for what they need. I'm concerned that the county has not invested enough in going after those kinds of resources. Those kinds of asks are usually funded to the tune of about $1 to $2 million. And looking regionally, pretty much every other county around us has a federal lobbyist, and they're successful in leveraging federal funds. So probably not a conversation for our current financial situation, but something that the board needs to be cognizant of, that we can be more strategic and tap into more federal dollars. In terms of the Potter Valley project, in the Water and Power Commission, the recent meeting went into a very in-depth discussion around storage options. I would expect and hope that the board is aware of this discussion due to both the media attention around it and the fact that I included the presentation slides on the last board agenda for review. So the storage options are extremely expensive for us to pursue, and the preliminary work alone, the engineers and the consultants to get these projects shovel ready is a large expense. There's also increased staffing needs as IWPC works to grow into a more complex and demanding organization in conjunction with IRPA. So I just want to put that on everyone's radar. Of course, the county is going to be expected to fund a portion of this work because the county has chosen to go down this path and support IWPC. And it should not be a surprise to anyone on this board that we need to fund some of those activities. Very expensive. And specifically on Potter Valley, I'm spearheading a work group in Potter Valley to discuss what can be done to support the ranches, the farms, the school, and all of the homes that are going to be impacted by any potential changes. So we've been partnering with, the Irrigation District, Mendocino County Resource Conservation District to see what can be done and how we can help individual property owners, the school, and the Irrigation District. I had a meeting with Assemblymember Chris Rogers to continue the conversation about indigent care as a CMSP county, that's County Medical Services Program. That's something that the executive office kicked off, and I've just been coordinating the conversation moving forward with RCRC and CMSP. On the City of Ukiah annexation, I know Supervisor Norvell mentioned it, but the Carousel Lane, that single parcel annexation that the city is moving forward with, I want to share with the board that I did speak at the council meeting where this item was introduced because I felt that there needed to be increased transparency and collaboration between the city and the county. I'm very committed to seeing that through and want to work in good faith to make sure that we improve the process. So if the city does pursue additional annexations in the future, that it goes smoother and the public can have a front seat at the table. The Caltrans Hopland ADA project right on the 101 in downtown. Construction is slated to begin on March 15th in the evenings. I am very concerned about how this project is being rolled out. Our last meeting with Caltrans about 3 weeks ago, they had absolutely zero schedule or plan to share with the community. We expect construction to take months and months, and there's going to be a huge impact to the businesses that are downtown, the residents that live in that area, and all of the asks that we have made in terms of what the community was hoping to see out of this project. Not a single one is coming through. I had my constituent meetings. February was in Robert Valley, March was in Hopland. Those were great conversations, and I'm planning for April 3rd in Potter Valley and May 1st in the Ukiah Valley area. And that concludes my report.
Well, I watched our last meeting and I felt that Sheriff Kendall had the quote of the day. And it was about the emphasis the board has been putting on spending while it's merited, and the hiring freeze and the process we went through likely kept our spending down. We haven't focused on building more revenue. And when I talk to leaders in other counties, they almost universally highlight business doesn't just show up as a default, that it's taken some county involvement to create opportunity and to network and to build the economy. I think that was in our strategic plan for the right reason. I don't know that we've carried it forward. Part of it is land use. Land use is local. We have control. We could revisit the general plan and look for creating opportunities. I think we need to do something. And what it highlighted for me is, because as constituents call, everyone wants something, and that something usually involves spending money. And this county doesn't have any money to spend. So where do you go with the conversation? I think it might be time to revisit our strategic plan and see, are we on track? We should probably be doing this quarterly. Are we moving those items forward, the 3 that we set as the highest priority? Are we actually making progress? And if not, what do we have to do to make some progress?
Okay, thank you. So we will now get ready for closed session. We will go into closed session. Agenda items CS1, CS2, and CS3. Is there anybody in the room that would like to comment on closed session? Madam Clerk?
Seeing none online.
Okay, it's 12:58. We will adjourn to closed session. The board will not be reconvene any sooner than 2 p.m.
And you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important
Let
tools
them
to help maintain.
reevaluate. Ready? Okay. We are back in session. It's 3:39, and we have nothing to report out of closed session. So at 3:40, we will adjourn.